We're live. Aha. And we should be live, I hope. Happy New Year, everyone. And welcome to my Friday night stream, this time with camera. I didn't have my camera on Monday when I did a ad hoc stream. Not sure how many of you guys caught that one, but we did a few more things on the racetrack thingy. So I'm planning to do a little bit more with that today. Not 100% sure what we're going to get into. We have some housekeeping to do. And after that, I think I'm going to start looking at more customization around the car setup and making it... also, probably pulling a few things apart a little bit so that it's going to become easier to introduce more cars, because we've just got the Caterham right now, and I really want to get to a point where we can have multiple cars, and we'll want to have some structure in place for that. And right now, that's not really the case. And there's some challenges there, because the way that I would normally do that doesn't really work well with the way that we import assets. So I need to have a look at that. Hi, Bane. Thank you. Happy New Year to you too. Okay. So, before we get into that, there was one other thing that I quickly wanted to show everybody. Pardon the messy room where this picture was taken. This is in my living room at the moment, but this is how I have put my new steering wheel to good use. So we put some wood together, and I don't have a proper place to actually work, so it didn't completely come out the way that I wanted to. Not everything is as straight as it should. But nonetheless, I'm pretty happy with the end result. Unfortunately, so is my daughter. So she has taken full ownership of this, which kind of is also a good thing, because I don't actually fit in this seat. This seat was donated to me by a friend of mine who used it. It's actually a proper racing seat out of a track day car, but he grew out of it himself. So yeah, and for me as well, I'm not a small guy, so that's not a comfortable fit for me. But for my daughter, it is absolutely perfect. And ever since I set this up, she's been playing Gran Turismo pretty much non-stop, and is absolutely loving it. So yeah, it's being put to good use. But obviously, at some point in time, I want to go back into using this for our little game. Where I've actually made the table part loose, so I can just take the table part and put it in the room here and then use the setup. I am planning to move the shifter. The shifter actually needs to be more over here, so I need to make some sort of little plateau or table for that, because of course the current position of the shifter is not... well, it will work if you have a van, but not for a race car. So I just wanted to show that real quick. For those of you who haven't already seen the picture on my Twitter. So yeah, I am pretty happy with how that turned out, and it's a lot of fun to use. It's a lot easier to drive with the steering wheel than it is with the gamepad. So it's pretty cool. All right, so we're gonna start with some housekeeping. So I've merged all of the work that we've done so far into master, except all the input work that we were working on a little while ago. Also, the new track that I was working on is in a separate branch, but they're all still based on the old versions. So I'm planning on rebasing the input branch. Well, I actually need to check if I actually can rebase that, because I might not be able to. I don't think that is going to work. I probably need to go and cherry pick that. Okay, get branch inputs. New, get cherry. There we go. Right, that was pretty much to be expected. So let's go and see what those things are, because it's definitely not going to fix that up by itself. Let me go and close a bunch of these things. Let's actually close them all and go through them. So construct.gd, it's not happy about. And actually, before I do anything else, I do want to double check that Is it one of the ones that no, just the one. Okay. Because this was one of the ones that I had a problem with. No, let's fix it up properly. There was a case issue there that caused some import problems, which is really interesting. So yeah, let's go and have a look at construct.gd. So that's not in here. That's in here. Boom. All right. That's just the test track that it is being loaded. So, and of course our new setting. So we need to do that one. Need to do that one. Need to do that one. Because I want to use my test track there. Okay. So that should solve that issue. Then let's have a look at our car. That's probably going to be much bigger to fix up because we did some much bigger changes here. So let's see how well that all goes. So here we have our gear inputs we had in a separate function, which is nicely over here. But that's my old implementation, which had my gear timer work in a different way. Why is my process not here? It's interesting. Oh, it is. Okay, I was just looking the wrong way around. There we go. So that's all moved over there. And we got some changes here. Now this is obviously going to be a lot more. So these are the steering inputs from there. Then actually it needs to all come from here. Yeah, it does. There we go. That it's all happy about. Then here we've got some changes. Okay, that's interesting that we still had that in there. Oh, I'm gonna do the lerp thing here. Okay. We obviously need to test this all out and see whether it actually all still works. So that's that one, and then obviously it has merge requests, merge conflicts in our project file, which is to be expected. That is our inputs that we had to change back around. That's interesting. That is our events resource name. Center HMD, yeah. Oh, open settings is our new one. Okay. That's interesting because that's our shift up. What happened to our shift up? Because obviously the shift up and shift down, are they changed? It might be changed here. No, we got that still working like that. Okay, that we need to double check because I think I changed that how that worked with our new input map thing. So let me have a look. How did I do that on the input map? I might have just removed a little bit more than I should have. Let's actually undo this. Let's go start back where we began. Okay. Okay, so we're back where we started. And the reason I want to double check this is our new gear input logic. And this is the change. And indeed, this is what I was looking at. We now have to shift down and shift up in our input map. So we need to do that. in here instead of our is action just pressed. There we go. And we need to do the same thing. Hi, Rosella. Happy New Year. Hi, Lord Anubis. Also, Happy New Year. Gelukkig nieuwjaar. All right. And our shift up. There we go. Boom, boom. That has now correctly moved into that. There we go. Then now we can get rid of all... No, this is... hold on. Okay. Good thing that I didn't miss that. This actually needs to move. But we'll put it... Actually, I'll put it down at the other steering section. Where we're actually dealing with the steering. So I'm going to just put that there. That actually needs to go and move into our input. That is just something that I added while I was working on this a little while ago. Off stream. Just to get a little bit more control over steering with the joypad. And I actually want to... And that's also what this is about. Did I do that on stream last time? I don't think so. I might have done this off stream. So we'll have a look at that code once we're in Godot itself. Why that now works that way. Because that is kind of important. Okay. I think that does retain now everything. Which means that our shift down and shift up we can indeed get rid of. Which means we're actually going to go and get rid of this. And again, interesting that it lost its shift up there. But we don't care about that. What we do care about is our open settings object, which obviously opens our input settings screen. So hopefully we have a project that we can actually open now. And hopefully also that means that all our changes are done. Yeah, so we can do our cherry pick continue. Leave that alone, and there we go. So now we should have, hopefully, actually I want this to be on last modified. Hopefully we have a working project again. Hi, Raphael. Also, Happy New Year. Hi, Peter. Also, Happy New Year. Is it already 2021 everywhere for you guys? Because I know that we're like the first part of the world. Well, New Zealand is slightly ahead of us. But I guess by now it should be New Year everywhere, isn't it? I don't know. There might still be a few parts of the world that are still stuck in 2020. Sorry, needed to get a little bit to drink. Alrighty. Using my PlayStation controller this time. Let's see if it actually wants to work. Alright, so far so good with that. My steering is the wrong way around. What was the... what did we do again for... There we go. Alright, so we now should be able to... So... That's interesting. What? Okay, so our steering wheel goes the right way, but our... yeah, again, because we fixed that when we did the input. We actually negated it properly in our input map. And then obviously now reverted back to the original code as I changed it to do the steering curve. Screwed it all up. Oops. But hey, that's why we test these things. So let's get back in here. That's all fine. That's just doing that. So I'm guessing that that one needs to be negated. While we have that one positive. Let's have a look. Okay. The wheels turn the right way, but the wings do not yet. So these need to be negated as well. Come on, keep working. All right, so Brazil is nicely in 2021, and it looks like Hawaii. Oh, I'm jealous. I want to visit Hawaii one of these days. Looks like Hawaii just turned into 2021 as well. Very good. Hiya, Detmonage. No, Detmozage. I'm horrible with some names. Okay, we're steering the right way now. That is good. Okay, let's go into gear and see if we can actually drive. Cool. All right. I'm just going to stay in gear 1 for a bit. So this was one of the things that I added. We'll have a look at how I did this in a bit. But we actually have some people in the stands. They are billboards, as you can see. Now, there is some overdraw issues that I actually need to fix as well. You can see that sometimes the order in which the rows are drawn. This is the downside of using. I might actually start using scissors there. That would solve that. So the problem that we have is when you are drawing normal objects, we are using the Z buffer to determine what's behind things, right? So a opaque object can, I draw this, and then I draw something on top, then obviously it hides the thing behind. Now, if I draw this first, and then I draw the thing behind, then the Z buffer will make sure that the pixels that are obscured actually don't get rendered. With a transparent object, however, we can't do that because of the fact that they overlay. So the transparent objects are rendered in Z order. That's also why all transparent objects are rendered after all the opaque objects are rendered. After that, the transparent objects are rendered. But it can lead to issues where things behind something are rendered after things in front, and the Z buffer fails to work properly at that point in time. That gives you some of those flickering artifacts that we just saw, because here we have 8 rows of transparent objects very close together, but they're actually very long. These are very long strips. So the sorting, the Z sorting, doesn't always render things in the right order. So we'll have a look at that in a minute. We'll have a look at how I built that. And we'll actually change it to, instead of using proper alpha, proper transparency, we'll use it to using an alpha scissor, which makes it an opaque object with proper Z buffering and everything. So that should work. Good morning, Dragaio. I really need to get better at remembering names. So I'm very annoyed that you told me your name, and I'm very sorry I forgot it. Hi, Ian. 2:20 a.m. Everybody's up late. But thank you for joining my stream, even though it's in the middle of the night for you. Okay, so that fixes that. Now, okay, so there's a few things that I changed here. One thing that I changed is that I added a steering curve. Now, at this point in time, that steering curve is added to the car because I didn't have the input mapping added here just yet. So when I look at my car script, you can see that here's our power curve, but now we also have a steer curve. Oh, and we lost the steer curve. Okay, that's really interesting. So let's create a new. That's why I was steering so badly. Let's go in and enter a steering curve. So we're going to start 0, 0. And we're going to add one all the way at the end. And I actually want that to be somewhat like that. So the idea of a steering curve is that the more extreme I put my my input, the further I steer, which means that with the first bit of input around that zone, I'm actually having much more finer control over steering. So instead of, with a small bit of input for the steering, immediately we make a sharp turn, I can now actually turn in much more precise, and I only get a sharp turn on the outer side of the steering. So we can actually see that as I steer, I have finer control over the steering instead of, well, it's a bit hard because I don't really have a comparison side by side, but it just means I really have some more control. So, but at the end, I have very sharp steering. So if you overreact in the steering, you do tend to suddenly, overcorrect very quickly. All right. Cool. So that's it for as far as steering is concerned. Oh no, there's one other thing that I did. Well, I just dropped my controller on the floor almost. Let's going to start Steam now. Go away, Steam. I didn't want you. Whenever you hit the PlayStation button on your PlayStation controller, Steam starts for some reason. Hi, AC. Hi, the unknown. Yeah, I obviously I do want to get back to my space game, but it's been so long since I've worked on my my racing game. I've been doing the last couple of streams about it. I do plan to go back to the space game on the streams, but I do want to continue with the tutorial series on the cars, because there's a lot of things that I actually already prepared over a year ago, and we just got into other subjects, and yeah, things are gonna change quite a bit around that. Oh, that's actually it's probably a good segue to talk about that for a moment. Good to hear that you're making your own game with Godot, and I'm assuming your own game to do with cars, which is really cool. All right. So yeah, I did mention it before. Let's go and bring it up properly, because it's actually something that I've been planning to actually make a channel update video about this. Actually, let's go to the GodotEngine.org site. And this is old news by now, because this was mentioned a couple of weeks back. Oh, everybody, by the way, check out the year in review video that was just posted by Hugo. Really cool. You can get a really good insight of what is coming up in the new Godot 4 release sometime early this year. So, this happened. December 11th. Like I said, it's already a little bit old news, but I haven't actually had the time to properly address this in my channel. I did talk about it very briefly last week, but I think it's probably a good idea to mention it at the start of the stream today. And if you guys have questions about this during the stream today, just post them, and I'll get into whatever I can around this. But yeah, after months and months of talking, Facebook offered to give the Godot Foundation a grant specifically for VR development, and that grant is allowing the Godot engine or the Godot Foundation to hire me as a full-time contributor to the project. So instead of working on Godot alongside the tutorial series that I do and the streams that I do in my spare time, which is pretty limited, I suddenly am now in the position where I can do this full-time from February onwards. Now, that means that for January, I have a lot of rounding off to do at my current employment. So during January, probably I am going to keep focusing purely on the streams and not do a lot besides that, simply because I'll be putting my time in nicely rounding things off with my current employment and making sure that my responsibilities there are handed over properly to other people, and yeah, that I do the responsible thing with for someone in my position at the company that I used to work for. But then come February, I am going to be working for Godot, like I said, specifically on VR. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm not going to be doing anything else for the project. I'll obviously be participating in bug fixing, but I also will be supporting Jean in when it comes to rendering. Simply put, there's a lot of overlap there. Obviously, Vulkan Android support is still lacking, while that is incredibly important for the Quest, which is one of the things that Facebook obviously wants us to, to do some work in. But for us, it's a win-win. We make sure that the Vulkan renderer will run on the Quest. It also means that the Vulkan renderer will run on all the other Android devices, which means that people who target mobile development will, get some more support as well, and will be doing more things there. The other main focus, as was mentioned in this, and actually the whole work package is detailed out here, is OpenXR. So right now, as I've already mentioned in my streams before, we have the Godot OpenXR plugin that we've been working on. This was originally and still is being maintained by Christoph, one of the OpenHMD / Monaro developers. I've taken over helping him out with that, polishing up this plugin. We now have Windows support pretty much working in this, and I'm going to be working on the controller input on this because that's still lacking, and obviously the Vulkan support. However, that said, and this is still a big question mark, seeing how both Valve and Oculus have really taken OpenXR on board, and Microsoft as well, by the way, although Microsoft is a bit of a different discussion that I really do want to start looking into. Obviously, with Steam working together with mixed reality, we sort of haven't given that the attention that we should have. But that's something that I want to do. The difficulty with Microsoft is the fact that Microsoft, in order to support VR natively or AR, HoloLens, is you need to target UWP. So what is it? Universal Windows Platform. Same stuff that you need to do if you want to release your game on an Xbox. Same ecosystem. So Godot has that ability, but the big stumble block with Microsoft is that while Windows supports OpenGL and Vulkan, Universal Windows Platform does not. It's purely DirectX. And of course, Godot is not a DirectX platform. It's an OpenGL renderer, now a Vulkan renderer. So on the OpenGL side, we have for a long time used the Angle library, which is a compatibility layer between DirectX and OpenGL, which basically means that when you compile, all your OpenGL calls get converted to the correct DirectX calls. And you're basically turning your OpenGL engine into a DirectX engine. But there are some issues because, it's not all 100% compatible. All the GLSL needs to be converted to, what is it, HSLS, I think? HSL, well, I can't remember what the DirectX version of shader code is. For mixed reality, there was an added problem that there are special enhancements to DirectX for stereoscopic rendering that are important to use when you're on the HoloLens. And the support for that in Angle was questionable. So we've never gotten that really to work, and that's why we kind of abandoned that, or not given that much more attention. But seeing, I personally really want to see Godot running on a HoloLens. That's definitely one of the things, especially with Microsoft being the first one out with an OpenXR implementation. It's definitely something that we want to target. Anyway, long story short, one of the things that was raised, one of the ideas that was put forward, seeing that OpenXR is a fully open standard. There's no proprietary parts to OpenXR. The proprietary parts, for as far as they are relevant are on the driver side. So not on our side. We're an OpenXR client application. On the driver side, obviously, whether you're using SteamVR or Oculus or Microsoft, that's proprietary, but we don't care. We talk to an open API that is fully open. So one of the things that was raised is whether we shouldn't add OpenXR support to the core, because that opens up a whole bunch of doors. Now, that doesn't mean that we're going to drop GD Native support to do external plugins. Far from it. There are a number of AR and VR vendors who are not jumping on the OpenXR bandwagon yet, may never, and we want to make sure that we can keep supporting those. But making sure that OpenXR is core supported, especially with the new logic that George is working on. I think it's George. I think Nen is the one who's working on that. Don't hold me to that if I've mixed up who's working on what. But we're looking into making modules optional. So when you look at GD Native, is a separate DLL that you compile in, or you compile separately from your Godot application. So if you just download Godot from the web, you can then download a GD Native plugin, add the two together, you get a running scenario. But with modules, they have to be compiled in. So one of the things that we are looking at, because the problem is that the more core modules that you have, the bigger the core executable becomes, and you don't really want to have a whole bunch of feature sets in your executable if they don't matter. If you're not building an XR application, why do you want a application that has all the XR capabilities built into it? It doesn't make sense. So that's something that we're working on right now, is to make that optional by doing late linking. So it's no longer the executable that we release, but it's the compiled binaries, and they are just linked together with the modules that you then choose and want. That's current line of thinking. It's not 100% sure yet whether that's going to happen, but that's the thing that's being talked about. So that might be something that we're going to do with OpenXR, which also means that getting the first version of OpenXR working under Vulkan, which might mean that I'm going to concentrate on that first, and then later on worry about GD Native coming back on board and making sure that you can do, you can make sure that the GD Native VR plugins are working on the Godot 4. It'll allow us to do things quicker. And with OpenXR currently being available on all major platforms that we already support, it's really a no-brainer in my opinion. So I'm fighting for that. All right, let's catch up on chat. Deadhead, yeah, well, Facebook sucks. Yes and no. That's obviously the elephant in the room with this whole thing. People are obviously rightfully concerned about some things that Facebook is doing. I think one of the things that is very important to realize is that we're actually getting our grants from Facebook Reality Labs, which used to be Oculus. Facebook is a really big organization. They've done a lot of good when it comes to the VR ecosystem. There's a few things questionable. I agree. There's some things that I wish they did differently. I don't agree with the way that Facebook makes money. As far as Facebook, the product goes, right? The social media product. But it has nothing to do, in my eyes, with the VR side. There is, of course, some cross-pollination there. That's unavoidable. But in the end, the business model around the VR headsets, the way that I always look at it, if you are using Facebook social media, you're the product, right? You're the product for ad agencies, and you're the product for whoever, behind the scenes pays for the data or uses that in one way or the other. And you're at the mercy of whether Facebook or Google or whoever else, because you guys are watching me on YouTube, right? Well, I don't really get paid much out of this. I might make, I don't know, $10 a month or something on the fact that I do these things on YouTube. I'm not, a big streamer or anything like that. I'm doing this for fun. I'm not doing this for money. But in the end, the money that I do get is through ads. So in that way, me and you guys are the product for YouTube, and you are therefore putting yourself at mercy of these companies doing the moral and right things for it. That's the way that it is. And yeah, sometimes those morals get overstepped, and those things hopefully will work out. When you look at VR, when you look at Facebook Reality Labs, it used to be Oculus, you're actually buying a product. You're buying a headset. That's the thing that they make money off. So I'm no longer the product. The product is the headset. The product is the games that I buy for the headset, for which a percentage goes to Oculus for, making the ecosystem possible. So there is a much more traditional relationship between Facebook Reality Labs and the consumers. Now, again, Facebook's own way of, making money, the social aspects of that is, there is always cross-pollination, but I do believe, Facebook Reality Labs is a company that really is trying to do the right things for VR. They've treated us right from, the very first day that we have had contact with people with Oculus. And that's also for this whole deal, right? There's a lot of people who are worried about, Facebook is going to have control over Godot. They're not. They're doing a grant. They're giving us money, and the only earmark there is that Facebook has said, here's money. You guys have to use this for VR support. And we've agreed on a number of things, the work package over here, where we basically, these are the things that we're going to be working on using that money. Facebook said, that's great. That's what we want you to do. And it is now SFC, Software Conservancy. They are the ones who are in control. They are the ones who now have that money, and they maintain that money, and they're the ones who are going to say, well, as long as Baz is working on the stuff that we agreed upon, Baz is going to get paid out of that grant that we've got. So that Facebook is happy that we're not suddenly going to, take the money and run, or spend the money on something that has nothing to do with VR. But other than that, they don't have any. They can't say the money is we're only allowed to use it for Quest support. They're not allowed to say that. That's just not the way that Software Conservancy works. And that sort of power they will never have over us. The only option that they have, if they wanted to do so, is say, well, if you're not going to work on the things that we like, then we're just not going to give you any more money. Well, that's why you don't put your eggs in one basket. That's why projects like Godot and Blender and Krita and all the other guys who have received money, whether it's from Epic Mecha Grants, or whether it's from Facebook, or whether it is from Valve, or whether it is from Microsoft. You don't put your eggs in one basket. You try and get as many of these parties interested in funding us, because, for them, a successful open source alternative just means more people developing games for the platforms that they support. So it's really a mutual thing, and that's the way that everything has been discussed. And I don't get it. There's so many doomsday people, and like I said, everybody that I have worked with, whether it has been with people with Valve, or the people with Facebook, or the people with Google, those are the three main ones that I've been involved with. It's all because they actually have a heart in what they're doing. They want VR and AR to succeed, and they're interested in helping an open source platform like us thrive. So I'm all happy with that. All right. Exuras MT, also Happy New Year's. Today, new viral videos. Okay, I hope I'm going viral. Thank you, new viral videos. You want to learn game development. You're from India. Where do you start? Where you start is in places like this. Godot is really a great game development tool for people who are getting started in it. It's easy to learn. It's free. There's lots of resources around. Seeing that we're on the Godot engine page, the best advice that I can give is check the community page. So link to the Discord channel, which is one of my favorite places for interacting with people. I myself am also on IRC through Matrix, so they are sort of hand in hand for me. But my main place for hanging out is Discord. But you know, everybody might have different ways or different things to look at. The other things, which is Godot docs resource tutorials. Let's see if I can find it. Here we go. Tutorials and resources. Community and tutorials. So in the Google Docs site, so docs.godotengine.org, you'll find a section called community channels, and under that, tutorials and resources. And there is a whole list of other developers who are on YouTube who are doing video tutorials, text tutorials, devlogs. I'm a big fan of Kids Can Code, GG Quest, but all these guys. Game Endeavor is great. Mizumi, Christoph is doing really cool things. Big Dev, obviously. You know, all these guys are incredibly good resources. If you want to get started, just start watching their videos. But don't stick to Godot. You know, unfortunately, he closed his channel, or you know, archived his channel the other day. But Breckies is one of my favorite YouTube channels. Who's mainly, I think he did Unity. Yeah, I think he mainly focused Unity, but a lot of these things that you learn from these channels are directly applicable in other game engines as well. The syntax might be different, but the approaches are very often comparable. So that is my best advice, is start there and just start following tutorial videos. And there is so much online nowadays. By the way, the docs page here, there's a lot of tutorials in here as well. So yeah, that's something where I would start if you want to get into game development. Hi, David Murphy. Hi, Terror. Yep, I hope. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to February. I just can't wait until it's February, honestly. It's Max, exactly. You know, it's not a purchase. Now, you can't purchase an open source project. It's open source. It's freely available to everyone. You know, so they are all donations, and that's that was actually very interesting in the way that these negotiations go, because you have to find each other as partners, right? Everybody has a different view on how to organize these things and how to go. And eventually, when the Software Foundation Conservancy became involved, where you know they obviously know exactly the legalese and all the requirements that we have to retain our status as an open source project, MIT licensed, funded as a charity, because this is the thing that's really important. Godot is a charity. It's a non-profit charity organization. And that's one of the reasons, for instance, why we still don't have our own store, because we can't operate an asset store as a charity, because all of a sudden you become you do something that people make and we might not make a profit out of it. You know, our take out of assets might be comparable to donations. The people who are selling assets, they're doing that for profit reasons, right? If I put an asset on the asset store for $20, that's because I want to make $20. That, you know, $5 goes to the organization as a gift. Doesn't matter. It's still a commercial enterprise. So there are, we are working on that, by the way. There are other ways to solve that, to organize that, but there are limitations that Godot can has to adhere by to stay true to their mission statement. It's also, you know, the whole reason why all the VR plugins, like the OpenVR plugin and the Oculus plugin and the Quest plugins, are all plugins, are all separate entities, because they contain proprietary code. You know, they use proprietary SDKs in order to work, which is a gray area, which is one of the reasons why we're so happy with OpenXR right now, because that suddenly solves that whole dilemma. Again, the reason why I can now be hired by the Godot organization to work on OpenXR without any problems, because all of a sudden we're not working with something that is proprietary to one company. We're working against a SDK that is open and that is an open standard. So all these things, how we get funded, what the rules are that we need to play by, they are all to secure our independence as a open source, always free, always public product. So nobody can buy us. For streamers, it's a little bit harder, right? If someone at some point in time decides to sponsor me in some way, shape, or form, decides to sponsor my channel, then obviously there is a little bit more control there, because I'm suddenly representing a company, and this goes for all YouTubers and streamers. There's a little bit more gray area there. And I still believe that if you stay true to yourself and you stay true to for instance, I wouldn't, well, I have a beard, so maybe I could, but I wouldn't be interested in getting sponsored by, say, a Manscaped or something like that. But if Oculus or Valve or someone says, hey, we'll sponsor your channel if you put a 20-second ad in your own voice at the beginning of a video saying, hey, buy a Quest or buy an Index or something, yeah, I'm not going to say no to something like that. Fits my channel, doesn't change the fact that I can do whatever I want with my videos, but that's a really personal thing. So and there's a little bit of influence potential there, but they're not interested in that sort of thing, because they're interested in having someone represent them. And again, I'm a way too small channel for that sort of thing. But you look at someone like Ben VR, for instance, who I really enjoy watching, who obviously does a lot of his reviews and stuff like that all for free. That's all his channel. That's how he promotes his channel and what he loves doing. But then occasionally he gets sponsorship from people who have a relationship with VR. And he makes some extra money that way, which I think is great. I don't see anything wrong with that. And for them as well, they the vendors, they just want someone to represent, or to address their community, to make sure that community is aware of a product, and in doing so, do something good for a streamer or a YouTuber. I haven't really heard of a lot of cases where they're trying to influence someone or make someone do stuff in a way that they they make themselves vulnerable, because it's not in their interest. I'm sure there are those who do it, but in our space, I don't think it's I don't think there is any gain in doing that sort of stuff. So yeah. Well, David, exactly. I think a lot of um, a lot of the worries and stuff that is being put out is, they're just fabrications. It's crazy. As far as, there are things that are questionable that Facebook does and YouTube does and Google does and all those guys. And, hopefully at some point in time, our politicians will figure out what this whole big thing called the internet is all about, and maybe, make some smart laws around it. I doubt it, because so far they don't have a very good track record in understanding IT. And those politicians that do, we have, 2 or 3 here in Australia that actually really understand IT and come up with really good policy ideas. They're not being listened to, because the ones who are leading the country, they don't understand technology at all. So we are stuffed in that respect, and we only get really stupid laws that don't make any sense, and only make it harder to operate on the internet. I am a Facebook user. I can be frequently found on the Godot Facebook page. For me, Facebook has been a blessing in many ways, simply because I live in Australia. My whole family is in the Netherlands, because I'm originally from the Netherlands, as you guys know. So Facebook for me has been a really good way to keep in touch with family and friends back home. That doesn't mean that I'm blind to some of the negative parts of Facebook, especially when I look at my friends in America and what they suffer through right now with all the stuff around the election. Yeah, you see the darker side of social media there, and the and again, I don't know how much power abuse there is and how nefarious it really is, or whether it is just a given due to the way that these platforms work, and that the people who are in control do have good intentions, but it just doesn't work out. I don't know. I don't think there's really good enough info out there. There's enough that that something's not the way that it is supposed to be, and hopefully that'll get solved in the next couple of years. Again, like I said, either with legislation or we as an internet audience wise up at some point in time and figure out the right way to put some pressure on some of these companies to actually make better choices. I don't know. Part of it also, I believe, is just a factor of humanity and the way that we work. And the internet just has this amazing ability to amplify both the good and bad in people. So, well, that's the thing, isn't it, Deadhead? It's that is the only part when I look at Facebook taking control, or buying out Oculus, and now kind of bringing Oculus more into the Facebook fold. The whole thing around the Facebook accounts on the Quest and what they're doing with it feels like an overreach. And again, I don't know how many of those stories that we hear, if that's the norm or if they are exceptions to the rules where it goes wrong. I do feel for these institutions or these companies for a little bit, because they do have an impossible task ahead in policing their platform and making sure that people who are really bad actors and doing wrong things, that they are stopped or prevented from using these platforms in those ways. But at the same time, it does seem that they've made some decisions and some calls that I think aren't the right calls to make. But I think these things will work out. Like I said, for me, the core thing around Oculus, around the Quest, and around that ecosystem is we're not the product. The product is the headsets. The product is the games that we buy. So whenever Facebook steps out of line and does things like these, that threatens that income, that threatens that ecosystem. And while right now they're kind of in a spot where they have a bit of a monopoly, yes, there are a lot of alternatives. If in VR, you can get an Index, you can get an HP Reverb, which are amazing. You can get something from the Vive ecosystem. There are lots of alternatives to the Quest. The Quest right now is the only standalone headset on the market that has that in the mobile environment basically has they have a monopoly right now. There is no alternative, but that doesn't mean there can't be one tomorrow, right? There are other vendors who are working on their mobile headsets, and at some point there's going to be a viable competitor to the Quest. And at that point in time, if Facebook keeps overstepping, people are going to just flock to the competition. So right now they can abuse some of their power as a monopoly. And again, like I said, I firmly believe that the people behind Oculus don't want that. They want a successful VR ecosystem. They kind of want to be the Apple of the VR ecosystem, which has some interesting pros and cons. But they want to succeed in that arena. They don't care about the advertisement side of they care about selling a proper product. So I think that once there is a competitor on the market, these things will work themselves out, because competition at that point in time will mean that anybody who oversteps their bounds will get punished by the consumer, because they'll just flock to the other platform. Especially with tools like OpenXR, making it easy for us as game developers to target multiple platforms. Godot, if you build a game for the Quest, you can put that same game on Steam VR, on Steam just as easily. So, that kind of means that there's transportability of the games, which means that whoever has the best deal is going to eventually succeed, and whoever does draconian things, which I don't think Facebook right now is doing, but any monopoly has that risk of going down that route. Um, they'll lose out if they keep going down that path. So I'm not worried about that. I think, like I said, I firmly believe in the guys behind Oculus. At least the people that I've dealt with so far, they are amazing people with really good heart for the VR ecosystem. They really want VR to succeed. Not just because obviously it's job security for them, but they honestly believe in this technology. So I think that a lot of it is a storm in a glass of water sort of stuff. I think it'll all work out in the long run. They'll make a few mistakes. Every company makes mistakes. Every company makes decisions that in hindsight weren't the right ones. You learn, you change direction, and things will work themselves out. I need to scroll up a bit. It's really busy on chat. Yep, lots of great channels, David. Like I said, the page that's on screen right now is a really good resource if you want to develop games with Godot. This is such a good list of, especially the video tutorials. Start watching them, and there's a couple of really good ones there. He lives by the Ewoks. Oh, he lives by the Ewoks. Ewoks fan. Okay. Very good. Yeah. There are some really weird issues when it comes to OpenGL 3 and Android. That's one of the reasons why Jean decided to do all the work porting to Vulkan, is because of the driver issues that we've had around OpenGL. Looking at the Quest development that I've been more involved with, there are just certain things in the way that the mobile GPUs architecture, the way that mobile GPUs get their performance, their structure is very different to desktop GPUs. So things that are ideal for desktop GPUs to get the most performance out of those GPUs can be very slow techniques on a mobile GPU, and vice versa. There are things that you can organize on a mobile GPUs, certain things that mobile GPUs are really good at, that aren't optimized on desktop GPUs. Although mostly the other way around, right? You have you got a 2080 RTX card in your tower. Obviously, it's gonna have heaps of powers, and you can throw things at it that a mobile GPU just can't do. And if you base your engine on those techniques, you're gonna have a very slow engine on very hardware constrained devices. And that's just the advantage that Unity and Unreal have somewhat over Godot, is because they have more resources available directly. Godot arguably has more contributors than Unity has employees, but when you look at core contributors, when you look at people who are actually able to work on the render engine, there's only a handful, right? John, obviously the main guy, but there's 2 or 3 others of us who are helping along. But that's not enough to say let's do a mobile optimized version of the renderer. Now that's probably something that, when you look at the new architecture in Godot 3, might eventually become an option, where we'll have a separate version of the Vulkan renderer specifically for mobile, in which we have solved certain things that differently, where the techniques that work really well on desktop just don't work well on mobile. Time will tell. But that said, Vulkan, and even even just simply looking at the changes in techniques that the Vulkan renderer has allowed us to apply, it should run a lot better on mobile hardware than the OpenGL version of Godot. So I'm very hopeful that that will be a big improvement. Curiosity stream hats. uh, yeah, and exactly. If you don't like Facebook, just don't use it. But again, I think it's a shame that there are people who are not buying quests because of what Facebook does with social media, and I'm sort of going like, yeah, they're part of the company, but you know, seeing how small the VR ecosystem still is relative to it, um, the Quest is doing more good for our ecosystem than bad. And I honestly believe that. I think the Quest. I've said it before. I think the Quest is the first proper consumer product in VR. I love my Index to death. I think it's the greatest headset in the world, but it's a niche product. It's only for people who have the money to spend on a really proper PC, and then the money the money to spend on one of the best VR systems in the world. Um, you're just not going to find thousands of people more who do that. It's niche. While with the Quest is something, as we have seen this Christmas. The Quest is something that people buy for the kids for Christmas. It's in that price range that if you have some spare cash left over, especially now with the pandemic, with people wanting to do things at home, it's and with the PlayStation 5 being sold out everywhere, I think that does some good as well. It's something people are flocking to, and yeah, it's a PlayStation sells what 100 million units, and then we're happy if 1 million units of Quests devices are sold. It's in a different league, obviously, but it is making the VR ecosystem more mainstream. It is moving, the industry forward, and that's really what we want. We're at the beginning of a new technology, becoming mainstream, and this is a part of that journey. 2, 3, 4 years from now, you'll see. I'm expecting VR to become. It won't be as big as the console market, but it'll be sizable, I believe. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that future. All right, I'm not catching up on all the censorship stuff. Um, Censorship is a really hard topic, absolutely really hard topic. Um, I don't know how actively YouTube censors certain content. I think a lot of it is algorithms that are based on what people click on. So I think a lot of it is a reflection of what is actually made popular by the viewership. Um, there obviously there are things being censored. Obviously one of the things that I don't know about other parts of the world, but here in Australia and New Zealand, a big thing has been censoring extremist organizations. Making sure that terrorist organizations aren't able to publish things, especially after the whole thing in New Zealand where someone what was it? I think someone, I can't remember what the terrorist thing was, where they shut up a church or something, and they live streamed it. Yeah, it's crazy. Um, anyway, so I'm one who understands that some amount of censorship of illegal content is required, but I agree with anybody who says, you shouldn't be censored based on your political ideas. If you're conservative, you're conservative. If you're liberal, you're liberal. If you're progressive, you're progressive. I do think that those labels are bad in themselves. One of the biggest jokes for me as someone who lives in Australia, obviously, is that the conservatives here in Australia are the liberals. Most Americans don't understand that one. They say, like, I hate liberals. I said, oh, you hate conservatives? No, 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 no. I hate the liberals. So, well, did you know that the Liberal Party here in Australia are the conservatives? I love those sort of things because it just challenges people to think these boxes are bad to begin with, and this is something that I really worry about because I'm a relatively progressive person. I grew up in the Netherlands, where Netherlands is a very socialist country, or was at least when I grew up. It's gone a little bit more conservative now, but so I'm a big believer in social systems. That's what I was growing up with. But because of my work, because of what I've done, I have met people all over the world, including, I count diehard Republicans in America under my friends. And while I don't always agree with their ideas, and I'm definitely not a fan of Mr. Trump. Hate the guy, to be exact. Don't mind saying that. But I'm not going to hate on friends that I have in America because they were brought up Republican with Republican ideals, and are therefore conservatives. And I also think it's wrong if they can therefore not, talk about their ideas online, because as long as they're not breaking any rules and if they're extremists, people, ultra right wing people who, or whether you're ultra left or again, I don't really like that pigeonholing. But if you have ideas that are, on the wrong side of history, in my opinion, if you're a Nazi or something like that, then yeah, YouTube, go and censor those idiots. I don't mind at all. But for anybody else, people who really just have political ideas that I might not agree with, but they should be able to voice those ideas. That's what living in a democracy is about. As long as you are not actively hurting someone, which to me is the definition when you look at extremist organizations who are calling for, basically diminishing whole groups of people. That's where I draw a line. But other than that, it's people, yeah. And this, I think this is actually something that I really like about Godot as well. When you look at the Godot community, when you look at the fact that Godot comes from Argentina, it's very popular in a lot of Latin countries as a result, but it's also popular in in Russia. It's popular all over Europe. It's popular, getting popular here in Australia, because of that widespread use of this product and the fact that even within the core team of developers, we have people from wildly varying backgrounds and therefore also wildly varying ideologies in the way that they have been brought up. We still find this common ground to work together. And that doesn't mean that they're always, that nobody's not making mistakes. We're humans, everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has ideas that may not be the best ones. Some of those are just what we grow up with. Some of those are our experiences. You're not going to come to agreement with people and get to a better position by just banning those people out of your life. I think that's just not the right way to do it. Again, I do draw a line for myself. There are certain people that I will never be friends with, and I don't care if those guys get banned from any platform that I'm involved with. But generally, I like discourse. I like openness. I like people discussing ideas. I like to hear about people's ideas, even if I don't agree with those. That's part of growing and learning. I have no idea if Google AdMob works if you don't publish on Play Store. My gut feeling says no, because I think it's part of the ecosystem that you're working in. But I could be wrong, because Google does tend to have these things pretty separated out. So Yeah, especially when you look at that, the whole ad system of Google is, so persuasive over all the products that they have. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't care. If they just say, if you want to run ads on your game, we don't really care how you bring those games into the hands of people. But it does make sense because they make money that way. But I'm not an expert in that, so I can't say for sure. Well, performance in 3D. Let's come back to that for a little bit. On mobile, fully agree. There are things you can do, or better said, things that you should avoid doing, where you can get very acceptable performance. We noticed this with the Quest, for instance. One of the biggest things well, first of all, it's obviously using the Glass 2 renderer instead of the Glass 3 renderer, because the Glass 3 renderer, the whole architecture of the Glass 3 renderer, which is a multi-stage renderer where you've got your single pass rendering of the image, and then you have all your post-production to do, blur and depth of field and all that sort of stuff with, all the color corrections and all that sort of stuff that in Glass 3, those sort of techniques absolutely kill performance on your mobile GPU. Glass 2 doesn't implement a lot of those, and therefore you don't waste the performance. But the other thing with Glass 2, and I'm going to leave it on Glass 3 for now, but when you look at your environmental settings, is basically don't use any of these. Interesting enough, they're all off on my here. So background obviously is fine, and ambient light is fine. That's just part of your first pass rendering. But any of these options here will result in Godot rendering the image and then doing a post-production step. And again, a lot of these aren't available in the Glass 2 one, but like Glow is available, and I don't know which other ones are available. I think the DOF ones are implemented for Glass 2 as well. But any of those require that second step, and those things kill your performance on at least as it's been explained to me. I'm not the biggest expert in what bottlenecks there are on mobile hardware, but from what I've been told, the problem that you have is most mobile GPUs implement what's called a tile renderer, and that means that when you look at an image, the image is actually not rendered, in one go. It's actually rendered tile by tile, and that allows the mobile GPUs to do a whole bunch of optimizations in parallel rendering and all that sort of jazz. And that's what makes the GPUs very fast on limited hardware. The problem that you have is if you have a post-production, you suddenly create a bottleneck where the original image has to be rendered in full, and then you're reading from that image and you're re-rendering a part of that. And that takes away a lot of the performance gains that you have on a tile renderer. At least that's how it's been explained to me. I might be messing the details up a little bit, but if you avoid that sort of thing and you make sure that you have that single pass rendering without any post-production steps, a lot of the bottlenecks go away, and things actually work pretty fast. Now, obviously, Godot does have some limitations in Godot 3 around the number of lights that you use and the impact that using multiple lights has on the performance. So that's something that you need to be careful with. Shadows can be very, and this again depends on how new your phone is. But shadows can be pretty costly if they are rendered or re-rendered every frame, because you've got a lot of dynamic objects running around that require updating of the shadow map, and of course, directional lights will be updated every frame anyway as you move your character. So there's a bunch of things to consider to realize like what costs performance. And I'm sure that given more time, some of those processes could be better optimized. And I'm pretty sure that in Unity and in Unreal they have dedicated people working on those sort of things. We unfortunately currently do not. I hope at some point that Godot will grow to a point where we will have enough core developers to handle that sort of stuff. But as someone who's writing a game, you can work around those limitations and figure out other ways to do things. Now, I'm kind of spoiled right now because of the laptop that I'm currently using to stream on, that I'm currently, building this game on. It is a really powerful laptop. It has a 2080 RTX in it. So one of the things that I really want to do at some point, although obviously when I started this tutorial project, I was still working on my old laptop, which had a 1080. Was it 1080 GTX? So while that's still a pretty powerful GPU, by today's standards, that's pretty much on the lower end. And I know that this ran pretty well on it. So unless I've screwed something up, I might have one or two things on what we're doing around the number of trees that I render and the detail there. That might be something that I need to further optimize on lower end hardware. But I believe that you can. And at that point in time, it really becomes, okay, what sort of game are you building? What is the bar that you're trying to reach? And figuring out what are the things that actually cost performance. Because sometimes it's just one effect that you use or one technique that you use that's killing all your performance. You take away that and you find an alternative for it, and all of a sudden your game runs fine. It's hunting those bottlenecks. And I agree with everybody who says, but I shouldn't be having some of these bottlenecks. Yeah, absolutely. And that's what costs time, and contributors. Godot, people tend to forget how young Godot really is. Godot as a game engine has been around for, I don't know, 6-7 years now, and a history before that of Jean working on engines before. But when you look at the current iteration, the current render engine, it's less than 3 years old. So, and considering there's only a handful of people who have built that core, there is a lot to be gained there. So, and that's open source, right? Open source works on more and more people building games with an engine like this, so that there is a certain percentage of those people who are going to be interested in contributing. And the more people make games, the higher that number of people is who will end up contributing to the engine, the more improvements there will be on the product. And that's the curve that we're going in and looking at. How we're getting more and more people. That curve is getting steeper and steeper, and we're getting better and better. So. I don't know if there's a tutorial on Google Play services. Again, I haven't really looked into those things because I don't do much with that ecosystem. Might have to at some point. And as far as reducing the size, again, it's not something that I am targeting. I'm trying to focus mostly on VR stuff. I wonder if GGQuest ever did something like that. Weird that it corrupted your Godot, though. That's interesting. Yeah, exactly. Disabling modules. And again, that's like I said, in Godot 4, if the current ideas that are being discussed come to fruition, and we're actually able to have people work on those, instead of having to go through instructions to recompile those parts and exclude those modules, that'll eventually become an option in the export where you can say, I just want to include these modules. I don't want to include these modules, and therefore you end up with a smaller footprint. So I really hope that work is successful. Right now, if you want to have a look at how that might work in the future, I believe that on iOS that now works, because iOS was already where we exported to an Xcode project that then was compiled in Xcode to publish the final game to your phone. There already was the ability, because we actually can't use DLLs there. So there already was a lot of work done on making modules optional, which is really cool. So yeah. Your personal spammer. Godot needs to adapt the way Blender is developed. I don't know what you mean by that. I do know Ton, who leads Blender, is on good terms with Jean. They talk from time to time. And Remy as well. Actually, we have a lot of synergy with Blender. I know that those guys have been talking to them about how things are organized in Blender, or in the Blender organization. So yeah, I'm expecting that there will be things that will cross pollinate there, and you know, we're obviously, we're always looking at other open source projects and seeing how they organize things and how they do things, because we're all we're all part of the same ecosystem, and we can all learn from each other. So very possible that that things will come out of that. He lives by the Ewoks. You haven't had fun with Unity or coding for Unity, and you have fun with Godot. Likewise, one of the things that really attracted. Now, I haven't done much Unity work, so I can't say a lot about Unity, and I can't judge Unity. But in general terms, one of the things that got me involved with Godot, and one of the reasons why I decided to use Godot for VR, is I just thought the engine was really well structured, and it's just a joy to work with. And even with these streams, I just enjoy. Well, we actually have to get back to coding because we've been talking for the last 45 minutes. But I just love trying these things out and figuring these things out and doing it on stream together with you guys. It's just a lot of fun. That is the thing that I like most about Godot. It is being put together in a way that makes the experience very natural and therefore very enjoyable. Um, and while there are parts or places where you start fighting with the engine because you're trying to do something that it's not, it can't do well yet, or where the solution isn't obvious yet, it can be frustrating at times. But on a whole, I just really like the way that it's structured. Uh, Yeah, so Godot Foundation, crowdfunding to pay devs, etc. Yeah, I can't say too much about these things yet because they are still being done and talked about and worked out. But yeah, the thing that has become very clear is for Godot, the core application, the core game engine, the way that the current foundation works, the current nonprofit works, is ideal and is something that we want to keep. Our synergy with Conservancy is something that we're very happy about because there are a lot of bonuses to that, even though there are restrictions. But we have recognized that things like not having a proper asset store, things like not having console ports. Well, we have console ports, just not part of the core. They are maintained by third parties. So there's a bunch of things that we cannot do because of the mission statement of Godot and the fact that we operate the way that we do, and we don't really want to change that. However, there are options to do, and that's what Blender has done, right? Blender Core, the Blender rendering modeling environment, the thing you download, that is structured very much the same way as Godot is, where they need to play by almost the same rules as we. But there is a whole organization to the side of that, which is able to hire out modelers to companies, that is able to do funded work in ways that do not fit the open source part of it. That's why they have the Blender asset environment and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, we are definitely looking at that and seeing if Godot can do similar things in a similar way, where we don't taint the core product, because we want Godot to stay MIT licensed. We want that to be fully open. We don't want that in any way be touched, but we do want to do these other things. So yeah, stay tuned. I can't say much more about it because I'm not the one making those decisions. I'm not the one who is organizing these things. So I know that there are things in the works. Let's keep it to that. Not so overflow. Is Godot 4 stable enough to use for a project? My gut feeling at this point says no. It's incredible. I haven't played enough of the Godot 4. I might actually do a stream one of these days where we just explore Godot 4 a little bit. And I think if you are really at the start of your journey of making a new game, you could maybe get away with it because the editor does work, and you might not be able to do all the bells and whistles and support all the platforms and stuff like that. You have to stick to Windows or Linux, and you might get stuck at some point in time where they break something that you are relying on, and you have to wait for someone to fix it or help out in fixing it, of course. So I would say, especially if you are someone who's comfortable actually looking at the Godot source code and helping out, so that you can solve your own problems when you get stuck on something, then it's a choice you could, you could think of making. But you have to understand the risks that you run. I do think that at this point in time, it is solidified to a point where they're not going to pull the rug out from under you, but you will run into a lot of bugs and a lot of problems in things that just aren't finished yet. It's not even in alpha yet. It's just in master. But I think we are very close to it. Looking at what is being worked on right now, which is a lot of stuff on the side, all the core pieces are pretty much in place. There's a lot of new features being added, but they obviously, if the feature's not there yet, it's not going to affect you from, working on your game if you weren't expecting that feature to be there anyway, because it wasn't in Godot 3 either. Except if you're doing VR. VR currently does not work in Godot 4. If you're doing any sort of VR project, stick with Godot 3. Absolutely. So yeah, I wouldn't say yes, but I would say if you are so inclined to fix things in the source and help out and contribute, then it is something you could evaluate and decide, well, if the editor is working for you, then you could already start doing a project in Godot 4. I wouldn't do it if you plan to release a game in the next 3 months. Because then you would have to release a game on an alpha or beta version of the runtime. I don't think that's a smart idea. But if you're still at a place that you're expecting to spend the next year on your game, and like I said, you have that ability to work around problems or help out fixing problems, you could decide to give Godot 4 a try. But if you want security, if you want safety, if you want to make sure that whatever you're working on right now is releasable in the not too distant future, just stay with Godot 3. Do I use Discord? Yes, I'm on the Godot Discord server and the #XR channel mostly. And I have my own Discord channel for patrons. If you're a patron of mine, you can join my Discord channel. Although it's pretty quiet at the moment. There's a couple of people there who occasionally exchange ideas and stuff. I'm still contemplating where I want to take my own Discord. Everybody that I generally interact with is on the Godot XR channel anyway, because of what my focus of my channel is. So. By the way, if you look at Godot 3, there isn't much to discard VR-wise, because that was one of the reasons to make all the GD native plugins. All the bulk of the logic is in plugins. So if you might save 100, 200 kilobytes of executable size if you get that small part of. I think it's just the probably not even that. I think you probably save a K or something. Because the only thing that you're going to be able to exclude VR-wise is the mobile native thing. So hardly seems worth the effort. That will become important if we decide to make OpenXR part of the core in Godot 4, of course. So, like I said, we're planning to improve that system anyway. Well, when you look at reducing the size of your game, what part of the game are you talking about, right? Your game is two parts: the executable, the Godot executable, which is already crazily small, and again, the only thing that you can exclude is a couple of modules, and you'll save a couple of Ks. The real bulk of your game is your game assets. And if you put a whole bunch of high resolution textures in your game's going to be big. Lower the resolution of your textures. You have to find out what is the thing that is making your game big. And again, I don't know. I can probably have a quick look. Where would that be? That's in users. Local low? No, it's in local itself, I think. No, is it in rowing? Oh, it's in rowing. So let's have a look at 323 stable. So your Android release APK without your game files is 38 megs. So that's a standard release for Android. So you can probably get that down to 30 or something like that by excluding some modules. I don't think you will get it down much more than that. I think there's some if you're only doing a 2D game, you can take out a whole bunch of the 3D rendering parts with a few switches, and they are command line switches on scons where you need to disable a couple of things, and you can get the size down of the executable part of it. But if your game is much more than 38 megs, if you've got a 500 megabyte game, you say, oh my god, where's the size? That's 462 megabytes of game data. And that's all depending on what you put in your game. What is the size of your textures, and what sort of compression are you using on the textures, and what are your other game files? So figure that out first. What part is actually making your game big? 38 megs on a game is nothing in most places. Now, I have to say that a little carefully. I am, as much as I complain about internet in Australia, mobile internet is more than fast enough and has, the limits are such now that, a 500 MB game is nothing. But in other countries, that might be a problem. But yeah, the Godot part of it is 38 megs, and probably even a little bit less, because some of that will probably be filtered out once it has the final APK that it pushes out. Yeah, so it's all in your export settings, isn't it? So obviously, you can limit one of the you can throw out, if you only want to support 64-bit phones, you can throw out support for 7A, the old 32-bit things. But let's see, where are the settings for? I thought there were also settings here. Hold on, that might actually be in here. No, it's not. I don't know. I thought there was somewhere where you can say what sort of compression you want to use for your for your textures, because all the textures, you know, even if you've got like PNGs or JPEGs or whatever, they are still converted to I think ETC or ETC2, if I remember correctly. Actually, isn't that on the features? Yeah, so ETC2 is the texture compression used on Android. So they're already compressed to that native format, which is already ensuring that the compression is pretty efficient. I am going to take that out, by the way, because I don't want to keep that. So if your game's still too big, have a look at the resolution of your textures. You know, are you using 4K textures everywhere, which would be nuts on mobile phones? Scale them down. That's one way to. But again, you know, look at your files. Try and figure out, you know, which files are actually taking all the space. Same for you know, GLTF and DA and FBX and all that sort of stuff. When you are working, and this is actually one of the reasons. Let me have a look at that. We're really going off topic tonight, but yeah, if it helps people. Oh, that's my video source. That's not what I wanted to go to. So you notice when you look at your project, you'll notice this folder called .import. And you got lots of files in here. So basically, so here you got your etc textures. So in the editor, whenever you add new assets, you know, like you add an FBX or a GLTF file or anything like that, yeah, the original file is part of your project structure, but that's actually not what gets exported in the game. You know, it's not if you open up your game files, you're suddenly going to see a GLTF file in there, or you're going to suddenly see a DAA, a Collada file in there. Godot will import those files and turn them into a combination of Godot scenes and mesh files and animation files. And those are actually stored in the import folder over here. They're all cached here. And when you then export, so there's a lot more cached in this folder than just those things. But what actually gets exported to the phone is based on that. And even when you look at like GLTF and the GLTF being imported, actually I think we can see that in here as well. Let's do that in our good friend here. So let's go and have a look at where's my car? Caterham? No, I want it in assets. Here we go. So here is my, where are you? So here's my Caterham GLTF file. And alongside that, you can see, hey, here's a GLTF import file. And you can see that, hey, my source file is that GLTF file. But it's actually in the import folder, it's created this SCN file. Somewhere in here, we should find the Caterham GLTF. Where are you? Caterham GLTF. There we go. Scene file. So that's the actual file that that we're doing. Now, this isn't even the final stage yet, because this is still, no, this is a scene file. So this is probably, this is the, so when you look at the scenes that we create, like this one, that is a TSCN file, a text scene file. So this is readable text. But if we, I don't know if we can open that thing in here. So if we find our Caterham one here, that's just a binary file. So that's actually our scene data in binary format. And when we actually look at our scene file, you know, that one that I just opened, which unfortunately closed again. Where are we? Oh, no, not that guy. Oh, this one, for instance. So our TSCN file here, when you export your game, that actually gets saved as a binary SCN file. So it's really efficient in storing those things. So it's actually already storing all your assets as efficient as possible. But, you know, you can only compress texture files so much. So sometimes if you have lots of big textures, the only solution is to make the textures a lower resolution. You sacrifice quality, yes, but that's how you get the size of your game down, and that's all you can do. Yeah, so I'm a big fan of GLTF as well, but again, like I said, keep in mind that once imported, that's not what gets exported to your game. What gets exported to your game is everything converted to Godot's internal formats. And in theory, whether you're using FBX, DA, or GLTF, shouldn't matter because it's all converted. Now, there are some ifs there because some of these formats will do certain optimizations on mesh data that will allow you to save some space, but there won't be a lot of big differences. And FBX, yes, is Autodesk license, which has been a really big pain in the butt. But since Godot 3.2. 3.2.0 or 3.2.1, I'm not quite sure. Godot has had an FBX importer based on the async library. And in the current 3.2.4 beta, there is a completely rewritten FBX importer that is fully open source. So while there is a license for the libraries that Autodesk makes available, as far as I understand, the use of FBX, and if you therefore write your own software, isn't covered by that, because else we couldn't be doing that. So I don't know the exact legalese around that, but since 3.2.4, or actually 3.2.1 or 3.2.0, you can use FBX with Godot. That said, I've also been told that the Blender export for FBX is really buggy. So yeah, use GLTF. If you're using Blender, use GLTF. FBX is good if you use Maya. That's probably because Maya doesn't have a GLTF export. And from what I've heard, the FBX, the importer that was written for Godot, the new one in 3.2.4, has been specifically written with Maya in mind. So yeah, if you use Maya, FBX is a pretty good format. Yeah, you can save your files as SCN as well, which prevents you from needing to do a conversion step when you export. But I personally, I prefer the TSCN format for my project files because they're mergeable, right? If you save these things as scene files, as SCN files, as binary files, Git cannot do any merging of files. So what we did at the beginning of the stream, where I had to bring in my my settings changes into the current master, I wouldn't be able to do that if my scene files were all binary. So I don't, I've got a fast laptop, so I don't care about that extra step that it needs to. And even when you're in developing, it doesn't even do that, right? That's the other thing that's really important. Everything that I was just talking about converting all your scene files to binary files on export, that happens on export. So that's when you want to release your game. That's when it turns it into the most optimal format. When you are debugging, when I just hit, when I hit run over there, and then use the debug version of Godot, it's actually using the files as they are on disk. So it's doing all those conversions as it runs it. Like I said, on a fast laptop, who cares? By the way, that is that annoying scroll thing, that annoying message that you get. Whenever we put new assets in here, new textures, that annoying scroll thing that comes up that says I'm processing all the new textures. That's actually what it does. It's converting everything into this import folder. And the really annoying thing about that is that you can very often see that it's doing it multiple times, because it's actually creating the different image formats for all the different exports that it might need. So it's actually doing a lot more work than it should. And it can get annoying because it's a costly step. So, but when you look at scene files, the things that we're editing, it just runs them in text form. It only converts those to binary on export. So. The other thing which actually I learned, which was really a surprise, is when you run your game or when you export the debug version. I haven't even got export set up, so I can't actually show that. But you have the option to export runtime or debug version. The debug version takes a lot more performance, so that's something to keep in mind as well. So when you're testing your game will be slower because of all the extra stuff that it does than if you do a runtime export. So and really slower. It was one of the problems that I was having with. Or was it just in the editor? I think it was just in the editor. If you that's right. It's when you build it with. Let's create a new one of these. No, I'm mixing things up now. Sorry about that. No, I only wanted one. Good. So when you run scons, the default target is debug. But if you build a tool to release debug, you actually get a faster version because it does less. It compiles it with more optimized settings, basically. And your editor will be faster, and when you test things will be faster. So yeah, just something to keep in mind. Something that I ran into, and I sort of went like, holy shit. And that was really, for me, that was the difference when I was helping Jan out with MacRacer. That was the difference between MacRacer running at 2 frames per second and MacRacer running at 60 frames per second. Just simply running it with the right compile system settings. Crazy stuff. Anyway, let's go back to actually looking at our vehicle buddy. So I'll try and keep... Happy New Year, Volcano. I'll try and keep an eye on chat, but... I think we also want to get a few things done tonight. So the first protocol, I think, is going to go back to our test track. There we go. And I want to show you guys what I did with those people on the stand. Now, with the people on the stands, I am using just standard billboard. So here you can see it's just a flat plane. So let's go and open one of these stands up. Well, they're all the same stand. All right. So one of the really cool things that I've done here. Let's make it a bit bigger. So these are all exactly the same object. So it is a mesh, and I used, what did I use? I just used a plane. Made it 22 wide, 2 high. And I gave it a shader. So all these are just rows of people. Rows of people. Da, 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 da. Very good. They're all the same. But they're all showing different people. They're not showing the same guys. And what I've done here... Let's open up Godot. And I didn't find enough, because these are all people that I downloaded from websites that provide... they're actually from websites for architects, architectural visualization. For when you do architectural rendering, they often want to have people in the scene. So there's a whole bunch of community sites that that offer images specifically for this use. And luckily, a number of them are Creative Commons. So I was allowed to actually use them. Obviously, you have to give I can't pronounce that word. Attribution. Mention where you got the files from. So that's something that I still need to add into my README. Or I will do that soon. Why can't I find the thing? Open recent. That's the one that I was looking for. Here we go. So all I did is I created a texture with, I'm just going to go and edit this. I just made a little grid, 8 people wide, 4 people high. and I put people in here. Now you can see that they are repeated because, like I said, I've only got about, I think this is the last unique one. Here I start repeating them. So I think if I just disable that, so these are the unique ones that I found, because I could only find so many images of people sitting down, which is what I needed, where the photo is taken from the front. So yeah, so that's the image that I took to have all the source images. That's what we're using. But then I created my own shader. So here you can see that image with people. And when we look at our shader, let's make that a bit bigger. Have a look at that. I found this little random function, which is not a real random function. It's just taking a coordinate and then doing some funky maths to create a value between 0 and 1 that has some sort of randomness to it. It's good enough for what we want to do here. And then I wrote my own fragment shader. And what we're doing here is we're starting with the UV. So the UV goes from 0 to 1 on the X and from 0 to 1 on the Y. So what I'm doing first is I am creating an offset where I'm multiplying X by the number of people that I have. So this thing was 22 units long. So I also said the number of people that fit in this texture is 22. So I now have a value that goes from 0 to 22, or actually from 0 to 21, I should say. And it goes still from 0 to 1 on the y-axis. Now I floor that offset because this is going from 0 to 0 0.1, 0.2, 0 all the way to 1, 1.1, 1.2. So now all of a sudden I get 0, 0, 0, 0, and then at here it suddenly becomes 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Then from here it becomes 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. So I'm using that to know which person of my 22 people I am handling in this fragment. So that's what the which does. The next thing that I do is I create an offset. So now I want from one of these people, I want to actually get a UV offset for one person. So I am subtracting which from my offset X. So let's say that I've got a pixel over here, and I'm going to actually zoom in a little bit so that it's a little easier talking about this. So let's say that I'm over here. I don't know if this is which number this is. Let's say this is person number 7. So I have a value here of 7.7. That's what I'm getting for that fragment. So now I'm subtracting 7. So now I get 0.7. And then I'm dividing it by the number of people I have in my source image, which is 8. So I'm dividing 0.7 by 8. And that gives me an offset within the person that I'm rendering. So without knowing which one of these people I am going to pick and choose and render, I know now for whichever one that I get, my X offset gives me how, the value that I need to sample. I'm doing the same for Y, but here I can just get my Y offset. Remember that goes from 0 to 1. And I'm now dividing it by 4, the number of rows that I have, so that I get an offset within one row. That's what I'm doing there. Now this is the bit where I'm doing my random magic, because I wanted to make sure that every row was different. If I didn't do this, or I didn't get the world matrix in there, every row would have exactly the same people on it. It would be random within one row, but they would be repeated over and over. So I'm taking the position of my object as an extra randomness. So I'm getting, based on my number 1 to 22, plus my world position, I'm getting a random value. So that random value should be the same for every fragment within one person. And I'm doing that a second time because I want to get 2 values. I want a random to pick on the horizontal row, and I want a random value to pick on the down row. So here I'm getting a value between 0 and 1. And here I'm getting a value between 0 and 1, one for my X offset, one for my Y offset. And then for my pick, I'm going to do this little trick. So that 0 to 1 now becomes a value between 0 and 8, which I floor, so that it's an exact number, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I'm dividing it again so that I'm getting an offset. So now suddenly, pick X is, can I have some self-reader? Is either that value or that value or that value, depending on which one it is. So let's say that I've randomly picked this guy. My pick X would be my coordinate there, and my pick Y would be my vertical coordinate there. So at this point in time, pick contains that place in my texture. And now all I need to do is add my offset, my offset I calculated over here to my pick that I calculated over here. And now I am rendering the fragment of the person that I've selected. So now I've got something that picks not just a random person for every slot on my texture. I now have it different for every row. So you'll see that as I move this, once I get past a certain point, all the people in here change. Interestingly enough, now the first one change. So you can see that depending on where this is, I get random people. And because I want it, not sure why, but it's not undoing my move. Now it's doing my move. Probably was still in there. So the nice thing about this also is that I'm not just getting random people in every row. Now that I've got my my stadium or my seating repeated 1, 2, 3, 4. So we've got 4. Each one contains a different set or different ordering of people. And obviously, it's still about 10 people that I'm randomizing because I've duplicated them a couple of times. Oh, if I really find what is it, 8 times 4? So 32. If I really find 32 unique people, it will be the same 32 people repeated over and over again, but they would be in different places on every stand, which seeing that we're zooming past these stands at quite a bit of speed when you're racing is enough to fool people that these stadiums are filled with random people and they're all different. Now I'm currently explaining how I did the stands in my thing here with a random shader. Now the thing that I did want to change here, instead of checking alpha, is what we're going to do here is if our alpha is, let's say, less than 8, we're going to discard our pixel. So now I do need to use brackets. So now instead of making a transparent shader, we're actually just cutting them out. So we get much more rough edges because it's no longer nicely fading out at the edges. There's an alpha blend on the edge of these pictures. But again, these things are at a distance and we're driving by at a speed that we're not going to see that. But all of a sudden, now we have an opaque render, which also means that I really don't care about my render priority anymore. That was one way that I made sure that we weren't getting into trouble with our fence. So now all of a sudden, we are at a situation where we're no longer using a transparent object or a transparent shader. We are using an opaque shader, but we're cutting our figures out, which should fix our flickering issue. So let's see if we indeed did that correct. Probably add an FPS into this as well. All right. So yeah, we can see that our stand isn't flickering anymore. It's now behaving the way that it should. Excuse me. So that's a pretty simple fix. Instead of using the alpha on those textures, we're doing that. And again, for billboarding, very often doing that. And if you're not using a shader, if you're using a spatial material, it's called alpha scissor. If you turn that on, it changes it to doing this. So that's a nice way to make sure that we're not using alpha blending. We're just using a cutout of our image. No, a lot is not too complicated for Godot 3, although the LOD implementation in Godot 4 is pretty darn cool. That you wouldn't just retrofit in Godot 3. But creating a LOD system in Godot, it's just a matter of having multiple versions of your mesh and switching between which one you want to see. There was a guy. Can I find that? I don't know if I can find that very quickly. I haven't seen that one. I don't know what that is about. Here we go. Is that the one? That's the one. Oh, this is an older video of him. I think he's got a new one. He's did it in C++. But he's got a really nice LOD implementation. This is without LOD. But I think it's Airman who also did the other one the other day. He now moved the whole LOD into a thread. I've done it with updates as well. I did my my asteroid field with the level LOD system. The biggest problem that you have is controlling when to hide the higher definition meshes and show the lower definition meshes. Anyway, look up those videos. But there's definitely options for LOD systems. I think you could even do it completely in GGScript. Like I said, I did that for my asteroid stuff. But the biggest problem that you run into when you do it in GGScript, if you're doing it every frame, it's going to kill your FPS, and there's no point in doing it every frame. So you either need to do it every 30 frames or every, depending on how much your character has moved, you check the LODs of all the systems, or you do it in a thread. And again, Godot allows you to do multi-threading. That's how we did the background loading in here. So you could very easily create a LOD system that way. 100% agree with everybody who says, but it should be in the core of Godot. Yes, it absolutely should be. It's just that the LOD system that we had in Godot 2 was very primitive. And what we wanted to do for a long time, and the plan that John had for a long time, and he's been talking about this for ages, was to do a technique that was very costly, or, well, it was very time-consuming to implement. And he only got around to it a week or two ago, I think. And he finally implemented it, but obviously that's now Godot 4. But was there a news article about that? Can't remember. Because I was, I already knew about the technique. He already talked to me about what he planned to do. Because at some point in time, I was looking if whether I could, take some of that work off his plate. No, not community news. Did he put it in here somewhere? No, he didn't. It must have been on Twitter. Let's see. Where did he have that? Yeah, here. Working on his LOD system. So what is really cool about the new LOD system in Godot 4 is that it has automatic mesh optimization. Now, there are limits to that system. There are situations where that wouldn't work. One really good example that I doubt it will work is for my beautiful trees. I don't think the LOD optimizer would do anything with those. But basically what it's doing is it's taking a mesh, and then it calculates when it's at a certain size, it calculates which triangles are now too small. And then it merges those triangles, and it creates, with the same vertex data, it now creates a new index list that only renders the still visible polygons, or, renders merged polygons by, excluding some of the vertices. And he does that at a number of levels, which means that you have the same vertex buffers, you have a different set of index buffers, and you just choose which index buffer you render with in your draw call, depending on how far the object is. And that's a really efficient way, both of implementing LOD, but it also means that you as a artist don't have to worry about the LOD versions of your mesh. You just create the high definition version of your mesh, dump it into Godot, and it will create the lower definition versions of it. Which, again, I still need to play with it, but from what I've seen so far, it works really, really well. So yeah, it's definitely something I want to play with. Who knows? Maybe that's something worth doing on a stream one of these days, and see if we can start up Godot 4, latest master, and I don't know, do something with megascans or something like that, megascan assets, seeing if we can create a high detail scene using the automatic LOD system. Would be a cool thing to try, and probably fall flat on our face when it turns out that something doesn't work yet. It's still an alpha. And yes, for instance, when you look at this game that I've got so far, with the assets that I have so far, LOD isn't going to do anything in this. Maybe turning some of these trees into imposters, that would probably be a really good optimization, especially for lower end hardware than a 2080 GTX or RTX. But there's nothing in this game that would benefit from LOD. But there is some amazing stuff that you can do if you're a good artist. Like I said, megascans is a really good example of that. I haven't done enough with it yet, but when you look at what's it called, Quixel? Oh, and completely megascans. I don't know how to spell that thing. Here, that Quixel. Da-da-da-da. Free access for use with Unity. We really need to get a Godot version for this. All right. So these guys, Quixel, they have 3 products: Megascan, Bridge, and Mixer. I think Bridge is so that you can use this directly into Unreal or Unity or something like that. But Mixer and Megascans is really, really cool if you want to do AAA style games. So obviously they have a whole bunch of materials you can use, but this is where it really gets cool. But they've got all these scanned assets, which are really high detailed assets. But these are the sort of things that the LOD system in Godot could really do a lot of work with in improving and making them better. And I think they probably have LOD versions of a lot of these things as well. So again, I haven't used them, but I have look up Quixel's YouTube page. It is really amazing to see what these guys can do with this stuff. And I think 90% of what they're showing off in Unreal, you could probably do in Godot 4 by now. So yeah. But other than that, yeah, a lot of this stuff is really AAA territory. The problem isn't the game engine 9 out of 10 times. The problem is the fact that you need a big team of people creating assets for you and creating levels. You look at this. This is what an indie developer with very little skill builds, right? I am not an artist. I am not a designer. I'm a programmer. So, but that's what a lot of indie games do. So you gotta wonder, what some of these techniques are you really going to benefit from it? But I really think it's cool that Sean added it because there's some really cool things you can do with it. I still have dreams of doing something open world at some point in time, and LOD really shines at that point. Yeah, I guess I could make the audience move a bit. I think I would look weird though. I don't think that would be a really good use of this. For the people really in the background, I wouldn't be too worried about it. But at some point, I definitely want to do something with a pit crew. And there probably would be using actual 3D animated characters, but then maybe have like an imposter that you see when you're far enough away, but then not have the imposter animated. And for stands, you might just do that for the front row, and then the people more further in the back are obscured a lot anyway. So the LOD stuff would increase your game size. Yes, that's always the trade-off because you have more data. You have all the different LOD levels of your index buffers, and depending on how detailed your objects are, yeah, you could add quite a bit. Now, I think textures would generally be your bigger concern, but yeah. Mid maps are automatically done in this case, so I'm pretty sure they've got mid maps turned on. Come on, where are you guys? So yeah, Skull Goober SE is the one side, and the other one is Clip.io, where I got these. These are really cool. Check these sites out; they're really cool. You can find lots of things there. And unfortunately, for very specific uses, like for instance the pit crew, I wouldn't find them there. But where's my people thing? Probably misc. There we go. Import. Pretty sure I got I got mid-maps enabled, so it generates mid-maps automatically for these things. But that's just to make it not look blocky and rough when they're further away. Really? Background loading? This is the thing, right? And I think everybody needs to understand this when you're into game development. And I think this is again one of those things where Godot is really outstanding, and also where the philosophy about a lot of things that we do in Godot is really important. You don't always have to understand how something works. You just need to be shown how to apply it. And that's something that was really good. And when you look at the background loading, I didn't write, I understand how it works, but I didn't write the background loading logic. So where do I have that? Oh, it's somewhere in here. Add-ons, resource queue. So when we look at the resource queue, which is what the background loading is all based on. This is this you can download this from the Godot website, right? This is just in the Godot store documentation website, where there's also a whole bunch of information about background loading assets. So obviously, to write something like this, you have to understand threading, you have to understand mutexes, you have to understand how to lock data so that multiple threads don't access data at the same time. But if you don't understand that stuff, you just want to use it, you just download the script and you use it. And it's also one of my missions when I look at my YouTube channel, is I'm trying to explain how these things work so that you guys don't have to reinvent the wheel. You can just look at a tutorial and say, okay, I pick up the important bits that I know how to do this myself. I download, the sample files, and I just copy what I need into my own project and then start using it. You don't have to be able to rebuild this stuff. Now, for some things, you do need to understand the underlying principles. But yeah, that's kind of the thing that we try to do. Now, it does get a little bit more complex when you do loading stages, and actually I need to redo the background tutorial at some point in time, because I've grown since then as well in my knowledge about better techniques in Godot, in knowing how to stage things. There are certain parts of GDScript that I didn't know when I built that, and I built that in a way that I usually approach things. So I've got to simplify it. Isn't that in here as well? I think it might be in here. I might actually have talked about this when I revamped this and started working on this. Is it in construct? I have to remember where I put it. Yeah, I did. So this is the new and improvement proves the load world, where I'm actually using. So you'll see that it's now just one function that does the entire scene change. So instead of what in my tutorial that I did, where this is broken up into parts and done with callbacks, what I now do is I use yield, which is a function. It's actually coming from multi-threaded programming, where you're basically saying, "Hey, I have nothing more to do. I want you to pause the execution of this method until something happens." So in this case, I am waiting for this finished fading function. So instead of, in the original implementation, this would be a separate thing, and this would be a separate thing, and now I'm simply spacing it out with yields, where I'm basically saying, start doing this thing, and then just wait with executing this particular method until something else has happened. Everything else just keeps running. It's in the background. It's actually breaking that function up into multiple functions and introducing those callbacks automatically. So still in the background, it's doing exactly what I did in my tutorial, but it's more readable this way. Yeah, the trees I definitely do want to. There's actually a really good. I think it's in docs. No, not the trees. Here, making trees. This is one of the tutorials Jean told about. So he got a. You can see that this tree is moving. So he downloaded a tree from Sketchfab, brought that into Blender, did a vertex paint on the main tree trunk and the thing. So basically, creating a gradient in vertex colors there. Save the bloody thing, and then he wrote a shader where he's using a sign to move the trees, but the strength of movement is dependent on the gradient that he just added. So the parts of the tree that are in white move full, while the darker the color becomes, it moves less. So you can see that the top of the tree really moves a lot, but obviously the trunk is standing still. Instead of the whole tree just swaying or something like that. So, and you can then use the vertex painting to do some really cool things. So that is definitely worth doing here. And I think for the trees probably make more sense than the people, although, because the people one of the things that I wouldn't mind doing is when we look at this thing, if I would have the time, I would actually want to use cutouts, people, and animate this texture and just loop through the textures, and then you can actually have people moving, because I think with a sign it will look dinky. But for the trees, yeah, definitely. Right now it just looks like we're in a paused world when we're driving around. So definitely something that would be an improvement here, but need to find the time to actually do that. Yeah, jump up and down. Well, again, if you move them up and down while there's still a seated down person, that might look weird if you. I don't know. It might work enough because you are. Hopefully, you are driving past at a good speed, but definitely worth doing more with. Yeah, I think if you flip them around, that will be that will flicker around. And again, you're the point when you look at something like an audience. This is not a focal point. It's not something. Nobody is going to stop the car during a race and have a good look at the people that are sitting here. I suddenly see that I've only moved. Hold on. I do want to fix that. Hold on. So that first row is nice. Is that the same? Okay, let's have a look at my transform. Okay. -27. Let me guess. I put these on 0. Yeah, I did. Okay. Sorry for the distraction. I suddenly saw that my people are in the middle of the seats. So obviously, I want these guys to go a bit further. Again, they're not sitting on the bench; they're sitting in front of the bench, because we're never going to be. And some of them are actually sitting through the bench because they're not all perfectly positioned. But again, nobody is going to be minding, paying close attention to these people. Why can't I resize this? Here we go. No one is going to be paying close attention to the people sitting on there. It needs to be good enough that you have the illusion of people sitting on the stands. It's not something that you're going to be looking at, which is very different when you go into the pits. If you have a pit crew there, you're going to go close up to those people. So it's much more important that those guys get animated and are actually proper 3D people. You can even see that I haven't even bothered by filling the top seats, because I'm sort of going like, eh. One of the things that I am thinking about is making one of these cells. I actually might do that right away and just re-export this. So I want to go do that, and I want to go, where's my selection tool? Here. There we go. I want one cell to be empty. Bye. She's gone. Cool. Let's go and export this as a PNG. Okay. All right. So the reason I wanted to do that is now with one cell empty, we get a few gaps in our people at random positions. So here as well, because right now it's like really nice filled rows with exactly 22 people on every row, and with getting a cell empty, we actually get to get some gaps in our people. And I think that's a little bit of randomness that does help, because when you look at a crowd of people and when you look at driving fast, the thing that your eye catches is patterns, right? So your eye isn't going to see that it's the same people over and over again. Your eye isn't going to see, it's not going to be, drawing any attention that they're not perfect people. Now, there is, especially if you're sitting right close to it, and that's something that I have been thinking about, is maybe obstructing the front view a little bit more, because that's the only danger that you have, that you might catch pretty quickly that they're flat. Also worry that I have is once I start testing this in VR, it might stand out a little bit more that they're actually flat figures. But generally speaking, you're going past fast enough not to notice anything. Yeah, exactly. It's more sensitive to patterns, to movement, than any details. It's not going to see any detail. And it's the same, with the trees, it's going to be more important because they are really huge. They stand out more. And again, I'm not saying that they shouldn't be animated. Don't get me wrong. I think having people animated would be really good if we could do it. But I think something like a simple sign would just look weird. I think there needs to be some other way to make those animations a bit better. Anyway, I'm happy with what they are right now. I think it's more important to dress up the scene in other ways. What time are we living? It's already 11:30. It feels like we haven't really done much other than talking tonight. I'm sorry about that, guys. Hello, we did fix this. The thing that I actually really wanted to spend time on was actually do a little bit more with the car. So I do need to perfect the input stuff. Like I said, I really need to, where are we? Oh, here we go. I really need to move this steering curve out of here. That actually needs to become part of our input. The same for the correction that I did on speed. Although that one, I think we can get away with making that even possible for the G4 steering wheel. Because it is a pretty common feature on cars nowadays, especially with power steering, to adjust the sensitivity of your steering depending on how fast you're going. And in games, that is really necessary. The thing is that when you're using a proper steering wheel, especially something like the G29 or Thrustmaster or any of the higher end, well, G29 is at the higher end of the lower end range, I guess, because obviously I'm not talking about, you know, $700-800 direct drive steering wheel or anything like that, which is the next level up. But any steering wheel that has, you know, more than a 90-degree steering angle, you really want that one-on-one steering action. So that's something that when we look at the script right now, there's a couple of things in here around both the steer curve and that speed adjustment that I've done here that really make a lot of sense when you're using a gamepad. And I haven't even looked at making this thing work properly for keyboard input. Right now, there is no way to play this game with keyboard. And there's a big part of me that thinks that I don't even want to support keyboard. Really? Driving simulators on keyboard? No. But obviously, when you're looking at using a steering wheel, the whole reason of a steering wheel is that you want that level of realism. And when you're using a steering wheel that has a proper ability to rotate, so I think with the G29, it's a 900-degree turn to turn. Yeah, you want that to be one-on-one because the steering wheel already does all the work for you, basically. Obviously, the whole force feedback thing is something that I still need to look into there. So this is something that I want to move into our input logic. And there's a couple of other things that I want to do as well. But I think I'm going to leave that where it is right now because I'm actually quite happy with where we are right now with that. That does mean that I want to go and add this stuff into my current input thing. That sucks. I didn't check out. Right. So get branch minus the input new. We didn't do anything there. I'm also going to rename my input to input old. I probably can delete that, but I don't want to do that yet. Now I'm going to say create a branch input. So now our input branch should be the same as our master branch, but my master branch shouldn't have been this. So let's rescue our master branch. Reset. Cool. Yep. So we're back on where we are on our origin. Good. And this one is now working on input. Okay, I rescued my mistake of not checking out my input thing before I did my cherry picking. So yeah, I wanna keep my input where we are right now. Now, my plan at this point in time, obviously, is to redo this as a tutorial. You know, I released for those who haven't seen that yet or haven't noticed. That's my devstream. So I released my tutorial part 6 yesterday, which handles all the gear selecting stuff that we did a couple of weeks back on stream. So I want to do the same thing for the input mapping that we did, because it also gives me the time to sort of polish things up and you know, add some missing things. I really use these streams to kind of prepare all that and give you guys, you know, an early view on what goes behind, you know, getting to a point where I can actually make a tutorial like this. So, and thanks for the kind words, your personal spammer. I'm glad I have a personal spammer who isn't spamming me, which is really good. Why the handle? Okay, I want to go and close that. Don't want to have that in there. So I don't want to do much more with the input map right now. The thing that I was thinking about is actually having a look at our car setup. So before we do that, not on this one, that was where we were playing around with that. So before we do that, I want to create a new branch based off our input map branch because I do want those input changes to stay. But I'm going to create a new one called car setup. And this time I am going to check out my car setup. And the reason I'm doing this is none of these are currently none of these are currently on GitHub. I might actually push the input one in so that you guys can have a look at all the changes that we've done there. If you actually, we might do that right now. Push origin input. There we go. So let's go to here. And I'm going to just do a draft working inputs. So there we go. So anybody who wants to have a look at all those things that we did on stream, I think 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, when we did all the input mapping, you can have a look at those changes here. So I'm probably not going to be merging that. I'm just parking that there so that people can have a look at what we've done and what we added there. And obviously it has our fixes of tonight in there, which is not really a problem. But it allows me to now separate out the changes for our input map with the changes that we're going to do in the last half an hour to an hour that we have left. Because these are all preparations, you know, figuring out how to do things so that I can later on, you know, put that into a proper tutorial. Now, I'm not quite sure if what we're about to do. Like I said, I want to have a look at the car setup and improvements on that. I'm not 100% sure yet in what form that will return. Because my whole goal here is that right now, if we want to change our car setup, if we want to change our suspension settings, if we want to see what impact some of these things have. Now, some of these I don't want to have a UI for anything like that. And we're not going to play around with the power curve in game, but I do want to be able to play around with things like suspension settings and stuff like that so that we can very quickly see what the impact of these are on our car in order to find the settings that we actually want to apply to this car. So that is something that that I think I want to tackle tonight and just get a UI working for that. The other thing, and we might do that first as part of this, is I actually want to bring in some structure. So one of the big problems that I have right now, and for this I might need to improve on the way that we've got our scripts set up. We will see. But one of the biggest problems that I have right now is that if I want to make a second car, I can obviously import, you know, because this is just a GLTF of the car directly imported in here. I can obviously do that here. But I can't put placeholders for a whole bunch of things. You know, obviously one of the things that I really want to do, which I'm not happy about right now, on my track, I have this driver node. And I don't want that to be a node that I have to put on every track. I actually want that to be on my car. So what I really want to have is I want to have a base scene for my car that has a bunch of objects that are properly placed, but that are basically placeholders. So and you know, well, the other thing that I really want is that some of the stuff that is specific to a car that is also then implemented in that way. So basically what it boils down to is I want a base class for my car instead of, you know, what we're doing right now. So I think it starts with closing a few things that we don't want to have. I want to also close all the tabs here because we're going to be doing some renaming. And the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to rename this guy. And this guy is going to be called base car. Yeah. And that should nicely follow through. Now, the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm now going to create a new scene. No, a new scene. It's going to be a 3D scene. Call that base car. And I'm going to save that over here. There we go. And that guy needs to get our base car as a script. Now that's going to give us a problem because this guy is a vehicle body. That guy now needs to be a spatial. Cool. All right. Now comes the problem because the thing that I have, now this is now not going to be working anymore. And obviously we've just broken a whole bunch of the scripts. We're going to fix that up in a bit. I don't know, to be honest. I know that Jan does it the other way around, where he scans folders and you know, figures out what's in the folder and classes things on that. What I personally would do, and what I have done in a number of things, so obviously, and we can do that for our tracks, and we're doing that for our car as well, actually. But let's do it for our track first. Is we're actually going to give this guy a class name. And we're going to call this guy base track. Oh. So we have now classified this script as a base track script. And now when we look at our tests, this is inheriting from there. We could do class name. And this is the weird thing. You do have to do this on your subclass as well, else it doesn't work, which is a bit weird. I'm going to call this guy test track. There we go. Now, one of the things which is a really interesting side effect of this is that if you look in here, we now suddenly have base track in our nodes here, and we have test track there, which obviously isn't going to work because our base track and our test track, and the same for our car, we're going to be adding our car or classifying our car like this as well. But the thing is, if you do it like this, what you can do is in code, is you can call the function isClass. So I can now call on a node, I can say isClass, and I can give it the name base track, and it will return true if my node represents that track, or if my script represents that track. Now that obviously works if it's already loaded, right? If you're purely looking at the scene on disk, well, then you already know the path to it, I guess. So, but that would be the way that, you know, for me, you know, we're going to be obviously building a track selector and a car selector in this at some point. That's also why I'm putting all my tracks in a tracks folder and all my cars in a cars folder. And there we're going to do it in reverse. We're going to scan through the folder and get all the folder names. And we're going to find, in this case, all the files called car tscn. And that's how we know which cars we have. Or we might have a metadata file in there that tells us about the different cars so that we can, you know, put some data up. So that's how I'm going to do my track selection, where I'm going to do that way. But I think, yeah, for your pause, you know, just check, you know, isClass, and if it returns true, you know, if you set it up like that, that's one way to test it. Now, the other thing which is, of course, important is when you look at the pause function, is you can also make sure that your pause mode is properly set. So your pause mode would only be set to inherent on your levels, and it will be set to process on the things that you do not want to pause. So that's how we did it with the dialogue that we built last time. Where is my dialogue? Good question. I really need to. Oh, it's in settings. Here we go. So if we look at our settings UI, we actually have a pause mode set to process, and that means that everything here, because of course here this guy has got inherit, but it's inherit means I'm going to look at my parent, and my parent is set on process and therefore doesn't pause. That's how our settings UI doesn't pause when we pause our game. Yes and no. Godot does not have a mechanism where if I right now go into here and I go into my scenes and into cars and I just drag that thing and I put it somewhere else, then Godot's going to flip on me, because within this guy, all the paths that it uses are relative to its location. Now, I think in this case, there's nothing in there that would actually break. But let's say that I had to do a lot of cleanup in the stream 4 weeks ago, maybe, when I picked this up, because I actually moved a whole bunch around. Because when I did this project, I didn't have the structure of projects that I do nowadays. Now, if you move stuff inside of your project in Godot by right-clicking on something and using the move to, it will also update all the dependencies. The only downside of that is that if you have files open, which is why I closed all my scripts and closed my my tabs when I changed the name of my my class here, because the same with renames. When I do a rename here, it updates all the dependencies there, but it only works if those things are not open. So that is why I closed a whole bunch of things before I did that. If you're moving things between projects, so let's say that I want all my HDR Haven textures in my other project. Again, depending on what's actually in there, a lot of things will survive. But if there are any paths in there, like any scene files with paths, that potentially won't work unless you put it in exactly the same place in your new project. So I don't know how well Blender does that, but Godot does have more restrictions when it comes to moving stuff around. I've never found that much of a problem though. Anyway, to come back to this, now here comes the problem. So when I look at my car scene that we have, that's my vehicle body, but that's the vehicle body that comes from importing the GLTF file. So actually I'm going to go. Do I want to do that right now? Probably not. Let's do this differently. So again, as long as I don't have anything open, I should be able to get around it this way. I just want to rename this to old because I don't want to lose this guy. No, I don't want any rename to that to old. I'm just going to make a copy of that so that we safeguard it. I'm actually going to edit that behind the scenes. So when we look at this guy right now, it is extending. Oh, those are my settings curves. That's fine. So yeah, I'm extending that GLTF file. So I'm going to change this. And again, this is something you can't actually do in the editor. You have to do this behind the scenes, unfortunately. It's one of the few things that are just not easy to do. So we're going to do that. I'm actually going to take this out. So that's ID2. And that means, where's my car? Car node. Here we go. Script. So I need to go and take that out. I'm not going to have my script. There we go. Save. So now when I... did it actually have a type? No, it doesn't. Good. So now when I load this guy, all of a sudden my whole car is gone. That's a bit of a shame. But that's just now a normal node with all these things. And that's the other thing that I'm going to get into trouble with. Because this is the problem that I have, right? I want that base class so that I can put things in. Okay, let's see if we can make that work. Let's see if we can make that work. So if I put in, I might not be able to do this. Yeah, that's fine. So that's how I'm going to be our vehicle body. It's going to give an error that, hey, I'm not happy because I'm missing things. That's fine. I'm happy about that. So there's my vehicle body. It came in. Now the thing that I wonder about. Okay, so where's my Caterham? Okay, so that becomes a separate entity. But that's fine. I'm just going to put that in there. All right, this is hacky. I have no idea if this is going to work. Left that one open. That was not a good idea. Okay, so. And I did that because I wanted to make sure that I've got this. No, that's my dial. Yeah, so here is my GLTF. Here's my base car. Interesting that I put that first. So here's my car, which is my normal resource. I should have renamed the other thing. Okay, so that is instance. So where is my... Okay. What I first need to do... I'm just going to do something really crazy. Oh, no, not there. In here. Let's see if I can do that. What does it turn that into? That's strange. Okay. Let me see. So that is actually a change that it doesn't allow. So what if I do that? I just want to see how it puts that in here when you make changes. Okay. Oh. Haha. Okay. Here we go. So, vehicle body, parent. So what if I do this now? Let's see if this breaks or not. And I'm going to get rid of that guy. Go reopen that. Okay, so it is not happy about that. It sees it as a new node. It doesn't allow me to change it. That sucks. That sucks. Because that's my problem that I have right now, is I want that structure in place. You know, we can do it through the base car and then just do it by design, by naming convention. But I don't like that sort of thing because it's easy to overlook something. It's easy to forget something. Hey, SSLX, how you going? Yeah, so with the class name, SMX, with the class name and the is class, that does exactly the same as the notation that you mentioned. So the if node is class name, the is class is what gets called behind the scenes. But it's a bit more friendly way of writing it. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of streams that I've done on Vic on this project right now. That so it's. I think that's the problem with doing streams is it's a lot of content to work through, which is why I try to make the tutorials. But especially when I'm doing stuff that I've already covered in other tutorials or where there isn't a really big lesson in it, it already takes me a couple of weeks to make put a tutorial together. That doesn't seem to be the best use of time. Well, when you look at the whole concept of this folder structure, this project folder, it's not one file. It's it's a folder structure. As long as you move that folder around, you're safe. It's if you inside of a project you move stuff, then you could damage stuff. But that's the whole idea. So when you look at all these, that's also why I can push that folder into GitLab and you can then or GitHub and you can clone it and it will work for you, even though you've got it in a completely different place. See this whole folder structure as the same as a single blend file. Godot just went for separate folders and separate files because of version control reasons. When you are working on a game with the whole team, this is a much more manageable way of making sure you can all work on the project together and not lose changes. That becomes a lot harder if you just have a single file format. Anyway, so yeah, I don't have a way to create a base scene like this when we also want to inherit from a GLTF. That's basically what this boils down to, which is a really big pain in the butt. Which means that the only thing that we can do let's throw in the right one. This one's going to be our car scene again. That means we are going to chuck away our base car. Bye-bye, base car. It also means that this needs to become a vehicle body again, so that it's happy. But what I do want to do is, we call that base car. There we go. Cool. There's our car back, and hopefully still working. So yeah, really the only thing that we can do here is do things by convention, which is always a pain in the butt. Because that means that whenever we introduce another car, we have to remember to add the same nodes in there which are important. And that's just what it is. Or else stuff breaks. So obviously stuff that is specific to our car, like our brake lights and our RPM dial and stuff like that, that stays in there. Info is one of the things that needs to disappear. We're going to do something else for that soon. That's probably going to be the topic of my next video, actually, because I want to have this. Well, first of all, I want a proper display, but I want to have that control for the display. So the thing that I'm planning to do here is just add a spatial node here. We're going to call it cameras. And those aren't going to be cameras. Where's my track? Where's my track? There you go. All right. And I'm going to add that. So that's going to be a remote transform. There we go. Pull that driver. And I want to make sure that we copy all these positions. This is going to be a pain in the butt to do. 180. There we go. This guy. I know there's a shortcut to just copy these things across in one go, but I always forget what it is. There we go. So that's going to be over there. So the idea that I'm having here is that we can have multiple camera positions here. So I'm going to actually add one. Transform. I'm going to call that front. I'm just going to move this guy to the front like that. So I'm pretty sure that that one also needs to be rotated by 180 degrees or else it will go wrong. There we go. So that's going to be slightly in the front of the car. Boom. Now we're not going to really do anything with that right now. Now, assuming as long as the remote path is not assigned, this will just not do anything. All right. And now instead of this, we're just going to add a new section here. And we're going to call that camera. All right. Bar. Hold on. Let's see. Okay, that's there. Here we go. So that's going through here. I'm actually going to go and do this. Ta-da. Okay. So we're actually going to turn that into an export var. Export var remote path. That's going to become a node path. Here we go. I'll implement that in a minute. That does need to become a node path. There we go. Because the other thing that I want to do is export int. No, we're going to do that as a string. No, I'm going to do this as an int for now. That actually should be an enum. How do we do an enum again? Let's forget that for some reason. Luckily, I know that I've done enums in here, so this enum. Okay. Enum cameras. Driver. Camera. There we go. Get sets. That's actually just an int, interestingly enough. Okay. So here we're just going to do that. This is going to be remote path is new path. There we go. And if inside tree, we're going to do update camera. That's going to be underscore update camera, which we're also going to do here. And now so for those who aren't aware, the underscore in front of a function name is just a naming convention for communicating that this is a function that's internal, that you're not supposed to call from outside. So set remote path, set camera are functions that are called from outside when you, in this case, as a result of changing a property. Update camera is an internal routine. So we're going to implement that one in a minute. I just want to make sure that in our ready function, we're going to do that. So now, except for the fact that we haven't actually implemented update camera yet, but now we have our assign remote path and our selection of which camera we're going to be using. We've got those exposed to the outside world. Now at this point in time, and I obviously need to fix that for our other track as well. We're still controlling this from here, but eventually we'll make sure that those things are set from somewhere more central. Because obviously we'll be adding our car to our track in our loader eventually, because we're going to be able to decide which car we're going to use. It's not always going to be the Catamaran. So at that point in time, that code will move. For now, we keep it here. So all that we're going to do here is we're going to say cameras.driver.remote path is remote path if camera is cameras.driver, else no. Is that the correct syntax? I always forget. All right. And again, the big problem that we now have is we have to make sure that we add that node with those things to any car that we implement, or things are going to fail. It is going to be really annoying if that happens. All right. But that's just the way that it is. I don't see a better way of doing this. I think there is enough already in here that that our script makes it good enough, I think. All right. The other thing that I really want to do is we're going to change this to extend script, and it can just be called car. And in this case, we're going to make that class name is going to be Caterham. There we go. And we've got nothing special to do here right now, but we are going to move some things. Okay, so that's for now going to be here. So we might actually just make a function here that we need to override. Extend script or whatever you want to call it. All right. So here we're going to just do after physics process, which means that we can now go and implement that over here. There we go. And the thing that I want to do here, that's a good one. So these three, okay, so that's probably something that is specific. Okay. I'm just thinking about how much of this we want to send to here or how much we actually want to make available as variables. Because obviously our steering we know. Okay. Okay, that's just a speed vector that we lerp. Right. Because these two are easy. I'm just going to do this instead. And move that over here. Yeah. It's a float, isn't it? Okay, which means I can now do this. There we go. Which also means that we can now move these two. But in this case, I can just get our brake value here because, you know, even though we multiply that with a max brake force, it's still going to be, you know, bigger than 0.1 if we are braking. That's all that we really care about. The current gear is available as well because that's a property. So yeah, I'm pretty happy about that. And everything else I think we can leave in here. Obviously, some of these need to become part of our part of our input. So when we look at our max tier value, where's that set? There we go. So our max tier angle is that is the maximum angle of our actual wheels, which is 30, which we're going to keep the same. But then this is the steering input, is how many degrees are we actually able to turn the steering wheel, which on a gamepad I've now put to 90, but which for our steering wheel should be 450 if I remember correctly. So this is actually something that needs to be coming from our input. And some of the other things over here actually also need to come from our input, but I'll deal with that when I'm actually doing the whole input logic. For now, what I find more important is that the stuff that's specific to our Caterham is going to be in here. Because obviously that's going to be different for different cars. You know, many cars won't have the wings, so that won't apply if we, for instance, have a Lamborghini. Our steering wheel would probably be in a different place. The same for our brake lights and reverse lights. We might implement those very differently for other cars. So obviously I don't want to add those in. And the same thing with our RPM dial and speedo, which I believe are right now defunct because I actually did not implement that from here. And that was one of the reasons why I had these as global variables. Now, this is already where it gets to a point where I want some of these to be in a more global space because I want to be able to present them in other places as well. I actually don't even have, oh, I do have the speed as get KPI. So I'm actually going to go and just copy these. Into here. Instead, what we're going to do is speedo. Okay, what do we call that? I can't remember that. Set dial. And let me just call this one. Yeah. And I know this is an extra calculation, but we'll clean that up when once I've got that in a more suitable space. There we go. All right. Let's see if everything still works or if we broke it all. But that shouldn't make our dials on our dashboard work again. Come on. All right. So I'm not allowed to make that nil. That sucks. Well, the other thing that we can do is that we just assign it. Well, this is weird because if I do this and I do clear, it's allowing that. Yeah, that's fine. Whoops. Maybe that just needs to be clear because it is a no pop after all. Okay. I think it's... I just want to see if it's our if statement that I'm doing wrong. No, it really doesn't like that. So there's really a check in there. All right. Well, and we're going to have to do this differently. It's a bit annoying. Oh, okay. Hold on. Okay. That's cool. That's cool. We need to actually give it a no path object. That's interesting that it requires that. I guess it's because it's a type property that it does that. Okay, so that's really weird. What does that do? Force update cache. Okay. Well, on the long way around. No. Didn't I just copy that? Use. Update position. No. Why is my auto completion not working? Okay, that's good. Not sure. I think it's because this file might be open, but we have now our overridden property there. Anyway, it's not the most pretty solution, but for now it will do. I need to find a better way to do this. I'm not happy with this, but I'm willing to do this as a concession just so that we have something that works. So the remote transfers are all there, but we're just disabling the updates. Basically what we're doing. Okay, so okay. That is our problem. All right. We're going to give this one more try. Let's see how far back we can go. There we go. Happy enough of that. So our problem is that our default there isn't good. So the very first time it gets assigned, we didn't have values yet. Which is correct, because that's why we load it. We assign it later on in script. All right. All right, so now we don't have a power curve. Ooh, we in all our changing things around, we actually ended up losing our curves. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Okay. Let's go and add these in. Not quite sure when we lost them, but I hope we didn't lose any other values here that were important. Oh, come on. There we go. rev limiter. Oh, that's okay. I am more than happy to do that as a starting curve. All right. Ooh. Okay, so okay. That's interesting. Where are we? That's degrees to radius. All right, so that needs to be a value between 0 and 1. So in this case, we're going to, I think we had a max speed of 300, and here we have our max engine RPM. Alrighty, that's better. So now our dials work again. Whee. Oh. Okay. Cool. Okay, cool. There we go. So, alrighty. So now we have our specific things in a extended script, which is cool. That's actually just for fun. Let's go and see what happens if we select our front camera as per default. Now we should have a camera at the in front of the car, so we should no longer see our car. We're just here. Okay, I think this camera should be a bit higher up. Okay. And now we probably want to add a follow cam as well. I just want to add that in just as a thing. So we're going to do follow cam. And here we do our remote transfer as just gonna go follow, boom. So I'm gonna put that over here. Yes. I'm going to assume that this is the one that we eventually need to turn, but I don't know. All right. So we're going to have a follow cam option in here. And now we're going to go follow cam slash follow. All right, let's go and make that one our default now so that we can have a look if that works. And I want to add a script to this. But that is going to go in here. There we go. No. Okay, so actually, no, I'm going to do this differently. Okay. Okay, I can probably do it like this. Now, save branches, scene, scenes, cars, photocam scene. There we go. Okay. Going to use my old trick again. That's someone that we're going to make sure that does its thing. All right. So the first thing that we're going to do here is going to give this a remote path is a now no path empty. Oops, it needs to be var. Set get set remote path. Func set remote path new path no path. Remote path is new path. Yep. And then if is inside tree. Then we're going to say no transform dot remote path is remote. Okay. We're going to have a ready function. In this case, we're going to reset our remote path to new path. So we're going to have to follow. But the other thing that I need to do is remote transform. Let's see. For that, I want to have a spatial target. I'm just going to put there and there. It doesn't have to be precise. Okay. Let's just get our starting points. And now we're going to do func process. We're going to do this in process. Okay. So the idea is that in this case, our remote transform is going to chase our car based on our target. So we're going to keep moving our remote transfer to our target, and we're then going to make it look at our camera position. So that's the first thing that I want to do is on our remote transform. I want to say look at, and our lookout is going to be our global transform.origin. That's what we're going to be looking at. And our up vector is going to be vector3.up. There we go. So that should make sure that we're always looking at let me see to be remote path at our cars. Now in this case, we're not actually moving our camera. So we should keep looking at our car with this one selected. Go save that to be sure. But it shouldn't actually be following. But I want to make sure that I look at is actually going in the right direction. So let's have a look at that first. All right. Bye-bye, car. What the heck is that? Something's wrong with our windscreen. Okay. What is that? Okay. I'm guessing it's this one. Yes, it is. What the heck happened to that? I accidentally moved that somehow. All right. What we're going to do is I must have accidentally had that selected when I moved something. New inherited class. So let's first start with giving it a scale. Yep. Somehow the scale got reset on that thing, but the positioning got reset as well. I think we must have accidentally oh, we screwed that up when I selected that for my remote path to test the remote path. Oh my goodness. Actually, I should just be able to do this. No, I can't do that. Okay, that's not cool. Okay. So. Okay, there has to be a way to copy this in one go. So do it one by one then. What? I didn't copy. That's annoying. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Okay. I think we rescued our glass. I hope we didn't do anything else like that. I still don't know why our bounding box is so weird. There's something to the outside as well. I don't know what that is. Anyway, so our follow. All right, let's just go. Oops. Okay, that's just as a guide. So I want that a bit more there. I want that a bit more there. There we go. And now, okay. So now we want to go and make sure that that follows our node. So, so what we now want to do is targets. Oops. Dots. Origin. Yep. So that's how much we want to travel. Very good. And now I just want to do times delta. Let's see how well that works. Now, we're not doing any sort of protection of not going through walls and stuff like that. Obviously, there's a lot of room for improvement in this script. There we go. We've got our... Oops, that's the wrong controller. It's fine. All right. All right, so this times delta is way too slow. All righty. That's much nicer. Whee! It's actually easier than sitting inside of the car. I don't know what that hiccup was just a minute ago, but... Okay, this should mean if we go in reverse, we actually have our reverse lights on. That's working. Okay, so if I get a maximum speed in reverse, we can't see where we're going. So... Oh, and our brakes work. How good is that? That's funny. Never could see that when we're inside of the car. That's pretty cool. All right, so we've got a really, really basic follow cam now. However, like I said, you can probably cause it to go through things. It follows close enough that that's not really a big problem. Oh, our suspension's so bouncy. So we still don't have a collision shape on our on a mountain, but that's okay. One of the things that I don't like, it's not actually as bad as it was before, but it is really, really bouncy. Okay. Oh, put it in reverse. Okay. Zoom. Okay. So that's a simple follow cam introduction. Now we don't have a way to switch between the cameras yet. So that's obviously something that we'll want to do. Although we might just actually, you know what? Project settings. Input map. Let's go and add a new one. Oh, I needed to actually give that a name. So switch. Let's add that in. And I don't know. What would be a good... Let's just see. Double camera. And let's do something on our joystick as well. So obviously this also needs to go through our input mapping, I think. But for now we do it like this. Let's do that one. Which now means that in our car script, we're going to put it in our base car script, because again, we're going to assume that every car has these things. And now we'll just put it in like that. If inputs is action just pressed switch camera. If Do we have a max or something? Size. You know what? Yeah. Let's see how that works. And again, I think this is something that should be controlled from outside, but eventually we know what our car is, and we can control it that way. There we go. We've got camera switching. Inside of the car, in front of the car, outside of the car. There you go. Again, I think this should be a bit higher. That's going to be really, really ugly when you're in VR. Now, the follow cam, I think, will work fine in VR. And, of course, sitting in your seat will be fine in VR. But that's in front of the car, especially because it's so low, that's going to be a little bit horrible, I think. Okay. So, yeah, I want this to actually be pretty much on normal height. And with that, we can actually put it a bit back because we won't see the nose anyway. So that's good. All right. I'm pretty happy about that. All righty. Okay. Hour on time. All right. Getting pretty late, but yeah, I could reduce the speed, but then the problem is that when you're really going fast, your camera is going to be very far behind the car. So I'll probably eventually make a setting for it, or something that that gives better control over that. That if you're going in reverse, that we might even move the camera around or something like that. We'll see. It's probably actually not a bad idea. We can actually do it like this. Let's try. Let's see if that works. So, when we go in our base car script, actually put that over here, I think. Cameras. Yeah, it doesn't autocomplete because it's not the script. Really annoying. Follow cam. Dots. Transform. No. So annoying that this. If current here -1, we do that. Else do this. Okay. Why did this go bling bling bling? Don't know. What am I doing wrong here? That's on follow cam. That's slash follow cam. Okay. Okay. So now, if I put it in reverse, because I'm now switching it around, our target suddenly flips to the other side, and we're suddenly at the front of the car. There we go. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Now, one thing is, if you do this, yeah, we probably should have some protection against sudden changes of gears. Yeah, this is pretty cool. Pretty happy about how this works. Oh. All right. Seeing it's almost 1, I think we're going to do actually setting up the car next time. Read a little talking, which is good. And we, I think the switching of cameras is actually a really neat thing. So obviously, if I'm inside the car, that does nothing because it's only affecting our follow cam. So there's one more thing that I do want to do, which kind of stands out now that we have this. And that is that we have this we've got this shiny reflection in our cars. Let's really see that on the bonnet where we're reflecting the environment, but we're not actually reflecting anything that's around us. So we're going to fix that. Because this is a nice, easy thing to do right now. And the way that we're going to do that is we're going to add some probes. Okay. And this is, this is something that really works really nicely for what we want to do here. Let's go and make these a bit bigger. There we go. So I just want to put this one here for now. I think we're not going to do anything more. If I'm not mistaken, this reflection probe is going to work if we're inside of this area. Now, we're going to leave the update mode at once. So we're not going to update it every frame because that would be very costly. And we don't really want that seeing it would be nice if we that we could reflect our other players, but we're just going to do. We might eventually see if we can do something with that around our car ourselves. That's actually not a bad idea. So the other thing that I want to do is we're actually going to go into our project settings here in general, and we're going to go to our render layer names. So 3D render, and we're going to go call this world. And we're going to call that one player. I want to make sure that everything by default is world. And we might eventually add other layers in there. Okay, cool. And the reason I wanted to do that is I actually want to move my body into a different layer. So this is not physics layers, so this is not going to affect the physics layers. This is the render layers. So we're going to go and move our car. Everything, all the meshes of our car, we're going to move into our player car. Now the reason I want to do that that's not a mesh, but this is that I want to exclude our car from our environment. I'm going to do some more of that in a minute. And it's going to be the same with our lights. Okay, that's fine. I want to co-master beat everything. Our light should affect everything, but we're going to put a light in our layer. That again means that for our reflection probe, we only want to include things that are in the world. That's all that we want to render here. There we go. And that one can be in the world layer. That's fine. All right. I'm actually going to go and add a second probe in here. And I'm going to go and move that. I'm going to move that in here. Cool. That's good enough for now. Let's see what happens when we do this. All right. Okay, I'm wondering if this is working as I expected it to work. We can see some reflections. What I'm going to do just for fun. All right, first of all, I want to put that back to the driver as the default, so that I don't forget to do that. But what we're now going to do is, okay. All right. So I'm going to overrule our body. And I'm going to make this full metallic. Turn the roughness down. I want to make this a really nice, shiny, silvery car that everything is properly reflected in there. I think a problem is that our reflection probe isn't big enough. But also my look. Okay, so here, you can now see that some of our environment is properly reflected, but I'm not quite sure if all of it is. Okay. So we get some reflection, but not as much as I thought we get. So I think that is because we actually don't have the whole arch in here. So we're going to go and make this a bit bigger. There we go. And the other thing is, I think I want this to be a box projection as well. Same with this one. So without that, it's a panoramic projection. Yeah, exactly. And that's, you know, that's going to be at the cost of memory, basically, because we're going to... This is also why it's important that our reflection probes are set to once and don't actually include the other cars, because else... there we go. It's pretty cool. Because else we just get this... this fact that these reflections will be rendered every frame. And that's a lot of rendering. Now, one of the things that I'm wondering about... Okay. So I want to see if our arch is now reflected, because that's what... Yeah, there we go. Now we can see that our arch is nicely reflected in our car. This is where we really need a free moving camera. Because I actually really want to see if we can see our stands reflected in this, but I don't think that will work. All right. So yeah, sky's the limit with this sort of thing. Again, it's all at the cost of extra memory if we want to do this thing. So we could, for instance, go and place a bunch of these at intervals along the track. And this will blow up memory usage if we do this. But in theory, it shouldn't be much of a problem as far as performance is concerned, because it will just render these at the first frame, and then so I actually want to do something similar with this one. Just go and create a bunch of them. More. There we go. Let's just see what that does. Oh, wrong controller again. And this is probably one of those things that you want to make optional so that you can turn it off. Okay, I think we need to have a little bit of overlap in it, because I can see the moments where... Oh, I don't have a follow camera. can see when it fades in and out with the overlap. I wonder if it's worth the effort though. It seems very subtle. Yeah, I'd want to have some overlap. Oops. Oh. Yeah. All right. I want to enable shadows on these things as well. Now, these I don't care about overlap because, well, actually, I do care about the fact that I've got them the way that they are. We should have one for every box. Then again, I don't actually think we need the other ones. So I'm going to take those out again. Because the whole idea, of course, is this is our box. So we probably want to prevent the player from entering any of the other pits. Because that's just not where they're supposed to be. So, yeah. Now, one of the other things that I'm wondering about and for that, I am just going to put a cater hand on here. Yes. Because I believe that these things can be obviously we need to do the same thing again, put one layer. I just want to test this. Because like I said, the whole thing that I don't want is for the reflection probes to be updated every frame, but there is something that allows reflection probes to be added together or mixed. So what I want to see is if I do this. Okay. Let's go to our car right now. Why is this going to be? Films. So in theory, oh, what the heck? What happened there? Funky. Okay. I don't know. Why would that be happening? Because that's all off. Well, we can obviously we can give it a collision shape if we really want to. But I can't imagine that being the problem. That should just be default settings indeed. Block shape. Oops. This time I wanted to do the extends, and it doesn't. Does not have to be perfect as far as I'm concerned. There we go. Let's see if that makes a difference. Can't see why it would, but you never know. Still going wrong. So why? Okay. I moved that around. Okay, why did I do that? Well, I know why I did that, but why did that? Is that something that broke in the importer, maybe? And that we already fixed? Because obviously the problem is that the physics or the vehicle body simulation is going to change the transform for the wheels. So it's supposed to have this transform or the scaling on there. So I must have fixed that up when we originally set up the KRM. Interesting. Luckily, easily fixed. Okay, so that's going to become interesting when we're. We probably need to make versions of the scene for when we use it for the AI thing. So the thing that I wanted to see, and again, this is, I might actually put our follow cam in a different place, just so that we can see this better. Okay, so it should now be that we have no reflection. Now we can't see our other car reflected in here because we just get the reflections of our top. Now we can push the other car. The other car is totally not set up correctly. Oops. It's totally sunk in, but that's okay. That's not what we're trying to test here. Okay, but we can still see the reflection of our gates in there. That's the thing that I wanted to see. Now, the thing that I wanted to figure out, and I have no idea if this works, I've never tried this. But I want to add one more reflection probe, but I actually want to make it a child of our car. Cool. Which can now go a bit up, a bit forward. Okay, so now one problem that we have is actually I want the call mask of this to be like this, because of course we don't want to reflect ourselves in here. Okay. Project settings, others. So I'm going to make that layer other. So that means that we need to move the other car in the others layer. Now, the thing that I want to do here is I want to update this one every frame. I do want that to be a box projection. There we go. All right. Now, what I worry about is I don't think it's actually going to combine those properly. Because I really need to have a version. Okay, so that one's going to be interior. All right, so that's all cool. All right, let's see if that works. I've got no idea if it's going to combine them the way that I hope that it's going to combine them. Okay. This might be a complete failure. We will see. So the thing that I now need to do is I actually need to move this into my others layer. Dang it. All right, let's see if it's able to combine reflecting roads. Happy New Year, title pending. How are you going? Okay, again, this could be a complete failure. I have no idea if it's possible to make this work. No, you can already see that that is a failure because while it does blend them together, we have a completely black reflection probe. Plus that our reflection probe is affecting more than just us. So we can see that now we do get a reflection probe combined. But yeah, that is definitely not the effect I was hoping for. No, that's not working. Okay. Now, the other thing, I think this is a bit of a failure as far as experiments are concerned. What did I just change? Let's unchange it. So the other option that we have, because I have to say that the effect of these guys is so minimal that I'm not really keen to actually keep that. So we're going to get rid of that. Instead of that, because I do think that some reflections of what our car is doing, let's keep our reflection probe intact around our car. We're going to leave that at always. I'm actually not going to make that box projection because we're doing it from the perspective of our car. Obviously, that's not going to be interior. We're actually going to render. So I just want to see how well it is. So the box projection rendering is where we're actually rendering all 6 sides of the cube. And without that, we're doing actually a panoramic projection, which in theory should be fast enough. Now, the thing is, with the way that I do it right now, is our reflection probe is going to take our environment into the rendering, and it is going to render whatever is inside of that cube. So it's only going to have effect on our car. We can already see that it's not really reflecting any of the real environment that's around it. Probably only unless we get really close to something. Okay, before we do anything else, I'm actually going to move our camera, our follow cam, to a different position. And this is not how I want this to work. This is just for testing. And the reason I want to do that, so we can see more of the side of the car, so we can see more what the reflections are doing. Okay. We should keep this as a camera in there, if you ask me. So like I said, we're not doing any camera clipping. So yeah, here we can see the pebbles are being reflected now. But because it's not a box projection, it doesn't look that good. Okay. I'm going to make the size of our because I was expecting this to have much more of an effect. Okay. So let's go and increase the size of our reflection probe here. Because I think it's probably just too close to the car. I'm even going to put it a little more up. So anything that comes... Oh! That's the other thing. That's why. Let's actually go and undo that. Of course, we turn the cull... Oh, we don't want to reflect ourselves. I turn the cull mask off. Okay. Let's see what it does now. Now, this is definitely something that you want to... You know, in quality settings, we want to be able to turn off. Okay, now we can definitely see more being done in the reflections. Because here, you can see now that our line is being reflected. And the other option that we would have is just to use screen space reflections, of course. I'm wondering about that, actually, because that might even work just fine for our goal here. Because here I had expected to see our other car reflected better. So in that sense, I do think that this needs to be bigger. Okay. So have a look at that. Now, if we can't make this look really nice, oh, did I just go to, no, I didn't. Yeah, the line's still there, that's all good. See our pebbles being reflected inside of the car, that's kind of cool. I think actually screen space reflections would probably work even better for the purpose that we have here. Definitely to change the settings on it. Because we don't really see any reflections of the other car in there. Now, that might be because we're not doing box. So let's just do the box. Again, this laptop is more than powerful enough for this, but I don't think this is a good thing to do. I just want to see whether in principle, what we're doing is working correctly. Yeah, now we do. Oh, I do see it's somewhat reflective, but it's not very clear. So, I don't think it's worth what we're trying to do here. But, I do want to see. I do actually want to see if we go to our default environment. Let's turn on screen space reflections. Now, this is definitely something I want to make optional because we don't want to turn that on if we're on less good hardware. Okay, so this is now with screen space. It's reflecting a little bit aggressively because it's actually reflecting our windscreen wipers in there. I don't think this is worth the effort. That is actually pretty cool. We can see our wheels reflected in. That's actually kind of cool. So I think having the screen space reflections on it's definitely a nice option to have. I'm not against keeping it. I just think that none of these really have the bang for buck that I was looking for. So let's go and undo that. So that was a bit of a dead end, unfortunately. But hey, at least we tried. There we go. Now it's back to its normal color. Actually, before I run that, I actually want to go here and go here. I'm going to go and look at it. Is here. Okay, there's madness to my naming. Now we're going to go save branch. Really? Yeah. Okay, so we're going to have to do that again. So let's go and delete you. Boom. And instead, we're going to go and find our KRM. Where are you? Yeah, I'm going to say new inherited. I'm going to call you computer. Save branch as scene. No, just save the scene. Cars, KRM. So here we're going to call that computer.scene. So obviously this is not controlled by the computer, but the idea is that eventually we'll need I'm going to change the layer, so we need to do all the changes again. But we'll be able to have two versions of every car. One for the player, with a player-based script, and one that can be used for by the computer to use, to drive. Okay, so we need to fix up this again. Obviously, we're not using the reflection probe, so it's not that important anymore that we use those layers, but, you know, we have set them up. Might as well make use of it. So that's definitely something that should be fixed in the import, if you ask me. Should move the scale to the objects. Dunk. Yeah, did that one. I think I forgot this one. Okay. So that should make that all good. So now we need to add a collision shape back in, which is just going to be a box shape, which is going to be go up a bit, forward a bit. Yeah, there we go. So again, this does control our center of gravity, which is, we can't make it too big in that way. No, front view. There we go. Yeah, that's good enough. Okay. That's good enough for what we want to do right now. It looks too high for some reason. Oh, it's because I've align it with the muffler. That's not a good idea. That's really good. Okay, so the other thing that I really want to do. Okay, our radius obviously needs to be different. Okay, so that's something that we need to copy from here. Okay. Now what we have on this thing? Oh. Just want to make sure that it doesn't sink into the ground like it did before. Let's go and put one in here already. Okay, so I no longer care about that. All right, let's go and put this guy over here. So it looks kind of cool and in the right place. Okay, let's have a look at. Okay. No idea. I think those values are probably, well, the travel is probably good, but I think the other ones are way off the mark. And that was the whole thing that I actually wanted to spend tonight's stream about. So that's what we're going to be concentrating on next week, because I am going to start putting an end to this. But what I want to do is I want to start creating a little test UI that allows us to adjust these in-game. And obviously we're not going to adjust every wheel individually in-game. That just doesn't make any sense. We're going to create a system where you can adjust them in general to see how the car changes its behavior, so that we can start really seeing, okay, what are sensible values. All right, we think we do need to put our follow cam back in place, although I think I'll probably put it a little bit over the right shoulder. I just want to see, is this car now standing? Well, at least it's not going through the floor anymore. But I'm not sure what the setting is that causes it to now look like a rally car. Seeing that we copied everything over from, yeah. So which other setting? So friction and stuff, that's all running. So we obviously got other damping, but I don't think that matters much. Did I change the position? Maybe I overrode the positioning of the wheels, because I remember having problems. Because one of the things that was really, yeah, that's what I think I did. Because it's in the default position here. Is it? Let's see. So we had left front. Or is it that we are overruling them here? No. Maybe that's my problem. No, I didn't do anything like that. Oh, we do have our mass, of course. So let's go and copy that over. Maybe our thing is just not heavy enough. There you go. But the other thing that I want to see. The reason why I want to create a UI is because I want to. I don't want to set every wheel individually. It's just too much of a bother. And with the UI, I can make some nice, easy to manipulate sliders. We might actually do one or two before we stop. Yeah, why not? Just to have some control over some of the simpler ones. So 0.35. Okay. So indeed, I moved that up a bit. I remember having, because this is one of the things that's really weird about the vehicle body is, we're actually, when our wheel is here, our travel is added, and then, so we're basically actually, the point that the wheel is actually its compressed point instead of its sprung point. So that's why we need to actually move this up. That's 3.7. Is that correct? Is the front one slightly different from the back one? Or did I just copy it wrong? I just copied it wrong. Okay. So they should all be 3.7. So that is actually basically adding that 0.05 travel to the wheel. And I wish that the simulation did that internally, but it doesn't. And it's going to be important that when we make the travel movable, is obviously that we need to put that base value there. Okay, I just want to see if no, it still looks like it's a freaking rally car. So I'm not sure what we're missing. But also, I don't actually really want to spend time on that bit because I want to, oops, work on our UI for setting up our car for now. So, I wanted to put this one back. I actually do want to move it a little bit off center. Oops. What the? So yeah. I'll move it slightly to the right so that it's sort of aligned with where the driver is. Okay. So, because this is a right-hand drive car. All right, let's just build in a really quick and dirty UI. Okay. I'm going to save this guy, and I'm actually going to put that in cars because it's just going to be a temporary UI. All right, so that's going to obviously be a 2D thing. Let's actually start. So for now, I'm going to adjust all the wheels accordingly, which is of course a bit weird because normally the back wheels and front wheels have different rates. But for now, I just want to change them all because I think we've all got them pretty much set up the same. Yeah, I think so. I think it's just with the damping that I've done some things. So where's the rear one? Yeah, they're all currently the same, so we'll have to play around with that a bit. All right. Go and create a VBox container. We want to move that slightly down, just because we've got our little text there. And then a VBox container. this is going to be called travel. Is that correct? Travel. Yeah, so let's play around with the travel first. All right. So obviously we want to have a label here. And we're going to call that travel. There we go. Where's our fonts? I'm just going to use 16. That's fine enough for me. And we're going to add a horizontal slider there. Okay. So min size. Make sure we got some space there. And here as well. That should be enough. Okay. I'm actually happy to have that from 0 to 100 and then just adjust that internally. All right, which also means that we need to have a script here. Great, boom. And here we're going to say onReady var body, and it's going to be get node. So that should get our parent. All right. And with that, we're going to do. I want to rename view to container. There we go. And that means that we should be able to do container slider dot value is vehicle dot confession. So this is going to be very hard coded because we're just going to test with our thingy. So left front travel. I think that's wheel travel. So look, wheel. Suspension travel. Okay. And of course we counted out. So this is going to be travel. Okay, so that was 0.05. So we're just going to do that times 100 to get the value that we want. Okay. Yeah, suspension travel. All right, let's see if we actually can see the right value if we start this up. And if we can see our UI. Boom. Okay. Needs to be like that. All right, so I need to move that down a little bit more. But we have that indeed slightly indented. So we can now adjust our travel. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to hook up this. Okay. Wheel is front. Right, front, rear, right, rear. There we go. Okay. All right. So again, we're gonna pretty much hard code everything based on our catering. Which also means that we need to adjust our Y position. So I guess that was 0.32 originally when we started. Might want to double check that on here and actually use the one that we had. So, boom, that's our starting value for this. Okay, which means that what we're going to do here is for wheel in wheels. Yep. Our wheel node is vehicle get node wheels, not wheel. Boom. That should get our node if we have a wheel node. There we go. What we want to do is first of all wheel node dot transform dot origin dot y is okay. Our travel is value divided by 100 plus travel dot suspension travel is travel. Okay. Cool. Let's also do should have done that first because that would have allowed us to check our logic. All right, so move that out a bit. Let's have some fun. All right, so either that's not working or it's not having any effect. And I would assume that that's just not working. So I'm going to put a breakpoint there and we're going to see if we can make it work. But first, I want to select this guy and move it slightly more down. There we go. Okay, so that's immediately running through this. We have a wheel node already. Yep. Okay, I think because I'm putting my travel, I think we probably are working. Hold on. Let's have some fun. And go to our track. No, not our Racetrack. Let's go and close that. We don't get to do that wrong anymore. Boom. What I want to do is I want to add a ramp in. Static body plus mesh instance box cube. Now a collision shape. And it's going to be a box. Boom. Oops. I want to move that over here. Actually, I want that to be much bigger. Let's make it 4, 4, 4. Which means our collision shape needs to become 2, 2, 2. That over there. That over there. Okay, boom. Because obviously, to test what our suspension travel is doing, we actually need something to jump over. Because right now I'm changing my suspension travel, but I'm also changing our anchor point. And I think those two we're just keeping in balance. So with our default 5, see what happens when we run over this. Nice jump. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. So let's go crazy and change our suspension travel to something completely stupid. Let's drive back. Oh yeah, that's right. We don't actually have collision shapes in those things. All right, let's see what happens now. Ooh. Well, we can see that our wheels are completely traveling through now. Let's make that even higher. Let's go and... I probably should have more obstacles. Probably test this out better. But I think our travel... isn't actually having a whole lot of effects on our simulation. So, let's just double check whether it's actually working. So we now go left front. That's 316. Suspension travel is 1. Okay. Okay, so suspension travel is definitely changing. But our position isn't. Okay, that's weird. So that's definitely working, but that doesn't seem to be working. Yeah, that actually makes sense. Dang it. The inner workings of physics, of the physics engine. So this is indeed doing absolutely nothing, which is annoying. I'm going to comment it out as a result as well. So our anchor point stayed the same. We just purely changed the amount of travel that we could have. And the reason for that being, and again, this is just the weird way that it works. So whatever happens with our physics engine, with our simulation, it's actually the position of the wheel node and the rotation of the wheel node that gets updated. So the transform keeps getting updated during the simulation. The starting point when the vehicle node gets instantiated, that determines our beginning anchor point on which our suspension works. But that gets cached at that point in time. That isn't actually, it has to cache that because the moment that it animates it, the moment that the physics engine starts moving the wheel around, it loses that original position. So we're changing this only for the physics logic to change it to what it thinks it should be. So our starting point of our wheel stays the same. Now, a starting point of our wheel, and this is again where I think I don't know if it's a bug or if you could classify it as a bug. But like I said, I needed to move the position of the wheel up because the travel gets added. So that my travel is 5 centimeters, basically. 0.05 is 5 centimeters. So I'm moving my wheel position up by 5. My travel adds 5, and that actually becomes my center point. And from that, it actually now has travel 5 centimeters up and down. That point is now cached. And as I increase my travel, all I'm doing is increasing the travel from that cached center point. Instead of what I was trying to do was change that center point along with my travel, because I wanted to actually be calculated from my original point. Now, I could look at whether there is a way, not remote transfer, whether there's a way to update that. But to be honest, I don't really find that important enough. So what is important, with the travel is that the travel does work in conjunction with the other settings. So, for instance, our stiffness is applied over that travel. So I think it's the travel in itself there. Yeah, I don't think it will really make that much of a difference for us, what we're doing there. So it's still nice to have, but I do want to add another label in, and this is going to become value, so that we can actually display what our value is. That needs to then have the same custom fonts. Load fonts. There we go. I also want to do that centered. I'm happy for this one to also be getting a minimum size. And now that we know that this is being called automatically, we're also going to do container value dot text is travel. And I probably want to do that as to f travel. So now we should be seeing our value. There we go. So now at least we can see what we change it to. So obviously null is there's no more travel. That's not going to work. So, okay. So we got that working now. Let's go and duplicate this. And this is now going to be called stiffness. Okay, we have enough room. That's pretty cool. Then obviously we need to go and disconnect that. And then create a new one. There we go. Okay, that's not a very good idea. So I want to actually disconnect that one as well. And we have to actually give that a name. Travel changed. Boom. Which is now going to become that one over there. Thank you very much. We got to disconnect that one. Connect again. And that's going to be called stiffness changed. There we go. Okay. Stiffness. Okay, let's see what that's called. Is that, yeah, suspension stiffness, I should have guessed. Now this one we don't need to do it times 100. However, yeah, of course you can't find, why is that even trying to execute it? That's weird. Okay. What was I going to do? Okay, I wanted to change the lower and upper value. So I want that to be between 20 and 200. Step 1 is fine. All right, so now we need to go and change it. Okay. So this is now going to be stiffness. Actually, that can just be value. We don't need to do anything more than that because we get this unmodified value. Now, I guess we could make our slider set from 0.01 and steps of 0.1. I don't know. I'm happy enough to do it like this. So this, I'm suspecting, will give us a direct effect to what we're doing. All right. Okay, so now, if we lower that, oh, not travel. Leave the travel alone. Okay, so, oh, okay. Oops. Helps if we change this as well. Okay, let's try that first. So let's for fun lower this quite a bit, and we can see. Doink. Okay, that's really interesting. Yeah, we need better obstacles. Really, let's create a proper suspension test. All right, so let's go and do this, and let's actually go and move that back to where it was like that. That's cool. Now instead of this, I actually want that to be a cylinder. Let's see if we make that a cylinder. Yep. So I'm going to want to rotate that 90 degrees like this. Perfect. So I don't want this crazy radius. That's probably good. I do want to give that quite a bit of length. There we go. Now we're going to do the same thing here. So that was 0.1. That is now 3. There we go. Okay, so we got a bump. Perfect. Bump. Not bump. Bump. Okay. Save branch as seen. We're gonna put it in tracks. Let's just move that there. It's just a temporary thing anyway. Anything else? Kind of like putting these together into something that are just easier to remove them again. Okay. Over this. Okay, let's see what effect that has on what we're doing. Okay. Okay, let's first just test it with the default settings and see what this does. Oh, nothing. It just ran over it. That's funny. Did we make our bumps too small? Let's find out. Well, I really should make the camera movable. But we can see that actually our car is now sunk in to the ground. Oh, and that means that right now we're actually resting on the vehicle body itself. So basically, that's just about the minimum strength that we can give it in order for it to properly work. But our bumps are not doing much. So let's make our bumps a little bit bigger. Let's make them bigger. So let's make them 2. And then obviously put a collision shape as well. Now the problem that we also have... No, I think our margins are okay in this case. Let's see what that does. So again, let's first test with our default settings. Well, it just dries over as if there's nothing there. Which again, I don't get. That shouldn't be happening. So I would almost say that there is something not right with our collision shape, and that there isn't. Look at that. That was actually just set to small. So, yeah, that's not going to work, of course. And the first time that we tried it, it actually did something because it was actually the underside of the car that was slammed onto the floor. And it was hitting that. So, again, let's try with our default settings. Now that we have some really big bumps. Still not doing anything. Oh, it is. Just, we were going so fast, it just drove over it. Okay. I think we're having a problem here that when we're... What's our physics update rate set to? Let's have a look at that. Ding, ding, ding. Do I do anything there in code? Actually, pretty sure that this is not used anywhere anymore. I should clean it up. Okay. So we're actually setting our physics here. I am more than happy to also do that for this one. There we go. I'm going to make that 120. So I'm going to do double our normal frame rate. Because when we're going too fast over those bumps, I think that the intervals at which our physics... Because remember, it's just a raycast pointing down. It's just missing the bumps altogether. See? When we're going too fast over it, even with that setting. When we go slow, then it's fine. So how do we test this properly? If when we go over it too fast, it actually isn't reacting properly. It's gonna make this real bad. So yeah, we can see that the higher the stiffness of our suspension, the less bumpy our car becomes. And it is actually reacting. When we go this fast, you can see that the wheels were actually kind of bumping over it. Okay, there's one more thing that I'm going to do. Next stream, next week, I want to continue on this and add all the other stuff in. But one last thing that I just want to do for now, I'm going to go in my input map. Yeah, let's create an action for that for now. I just want to have this, and I'm just going to put, I'm just going to put it on square. Okay. If inputs is action and just pressed Switch photo cam. All right. And I'm just gonna go and move our target around. Let me think. Rotate it. 3 dot up. That's high. There we go. And now targets dot transform dot origin is t dot xform. There we go. Let's see if that works. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I might make it 45 degrees settings, but okay. Oh, right. Okay. So yeah, we can definitely see the wheels reacting. All right. So I think we need to create more obstacles to try this out with. And then, you know, start adding more settings. Now, obviously, at some point, I do want to change the bias between front and rear wheels. But yeah, I think we got to start. Let's say that. But I think we need more things on the ground to see what happens when we up things. So one last thing that I just want to try out just to see, because this was one of the problems that I kept having. Ooh. I'm gonna see how much the car really dances. Whoa. Okay, so what if I put the stiffness all the way down? What happens now? Oops. So this is what I find counterintuitive to what I know about how cars, work. Now, that was just a bump here going off the road that launched us. So the thing that we can see is on one side, oh, wait, I need to be going much faster. On one side, it seems much more controllable when we have less stiffness, which is completely counterintuitive. I think actually a setting like 60, it's driving way better than what we had. So Yeah, this is way better than before. Because at the setting of 150 that I had before, if you hit the wall at that speed, you would just get launched in the air. And now we just have a pretty stable car. Boom. Hopefully it's allowed to have a bit of a problem when you hit a wall, because you're not supposed to hit a wall. I do wonder if having a cube collision shape for the car is a good idea. I'm wondering if we shouldn't experiment with different shapes. Maybe a capsule would work better, for instance. I don't know. Because yeah, I don't think a car would go flying when it hits a wall. Now, obviously, we haven't done anything with the other settings. So I still want to find out exactly what max force does. I think that's just a cap, but it might actually have a direct impact on how well things work. Obviously, our dampening force, how much dampening we get. So it's very possible that because we have a high stiffness of the springs, because our dampening isn't set up properly for that setting, that might be why it's more bouncy than I'm expecting it to be. So again, this is where I really want to start experimenting more by adding more sliders. So that's something for next week. We're going to add a slider for our max force. We're going to add sliders for our compression and relaxation. And for now, I'm just going to set all the wheels the same so that we can start experimenting and seeing what the impact is. But it's 2 a.m. Happy New Year, Daniel. So, yeah, it's 2:15. It's way past my bedtime. But we've got the workings of actually a good test environment to start playing around with these settings and seeing how they actually affect the behavior of the car. So obviously, once we've got the suspension set up properly, I'm going to start looking at the playing around with the friction and seeing if we can make the car slide when we're trying to go too fast into a corner. And I think we're probably going to have to do a little bit more logic around that, because I don't know how much the vehicle body reacts to weight shifting. The fact that if you're braking, you're supposed to have less friction on the front wheels, more friction on the rear wheels. Yeah, of course, if you're cornering, you get the friction difference from left to right. So I don't know if it actually does anything with that. That will be interesting to find out. Or whether we therefore have to code that in, right? By figuring out what our acceleration in different directions is, to there in that try and see if we can adjust that bias. I wonder if our rest length, if that's part of our positioning of our wheel. Maybe that was the one, because it's the rest length added to there that gives our initial position. But then our travel is actually the up and down travel. That's really where things just get a little bit confusing, how those things work in conjunction with each other. So yeah. All right, everyone. Thank you for joining me, as always. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was instructive. So yeah, I hope to see you guys all next week. So have a good night, everybody, and welcome to the new year. All right, see you guys in a week. Bye.